Okay, so I think we're live. What's up? It's iCkEdMeL, and we're back. I mentioned earlier today in the previous live stream that I was a bit curious to see what this trial, the honor killings, what that's about. Where this guy shot and killed both of his daughters. I briefly read this shit. I just got like, it's kind of like, that's interesting, but I honestly didn't really do any research. I just read like one article and I didn't even get to finish that because I was settling my daughter and groceries just came. But I did look up the opening statements. Lauren sent me the timestamp. Thank you. Saved me a bit of time. And we're going to read a little bit of the background. Also, there's something that came out. Jurors hear final moments in a 911 call by Yaser Said's daughter in day 2 of testimony. So we're going to listen to that before we listen to the opening statements. And if you guys could hit like, I'd appreciate that. Like, subscribe, all that meaningless stuff. Not meaningless. I guess it's meaningful, right? Okay. Let's get started here. What's up, guys? What's up, everybody in the chat? And this is actually a Texas story. No problem, Christy. I'm trying to get myself back into the groove until we find whatever it is that's next. So I guess let's start out with some of the basics from Wiki. And it says Yaser, born January 27, 1957, an Egyptian-American, former taxi driver accused of murder. For 12 years, Said evaded arrest from January 1st, 2008. Fatal shootings of his 2 daughters, Amina and Sarah. Their bodies were found in his abandoned taxi cab in Irving, Texas, on the property of Omni Mandalay Hotel, now the Omni Las Colinas Hotel. Said disappeared after the killings and remained a fugitive from law enforcement for 12 years, with 6 of those years being on the FBI 10 most wanted fugitive list for the fatal shootings. It is widely believed that Said killed his daughters as an honor killing. Said, who was very controlling over his family, felt that his daughters, Amina and Sarah, dishonored the family by refusing to adhere to traditional Islamic culture behavior. On January 1st, 2008, he lured them into his taxi cab on the pretense of taking them out to eat, where it is alleged he fatally shot them. Said was captured on August 26, 2020 without incident in the town of Justin, Texas. His son Islam and Said's brother Yassin were both arrested in Euless, Texas for aiding a fugitive. The FBI said Said is in federal custody and will soon be transferred to Dallas County. The Northern District, Texas will be the jurisdiction in which Said will be tried for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. So I thought this was kind of jacked up and interesting kind of in a way, because it says here the background and family. Said was born into Sinai, Egypt. He came to the U.S. on a student visa in 1983. Said married Patricia in February 1987 when he was 30 and she was 15. Patricia later alleged that Said abused her during their marriage. Amina was born in 1989 and Sarah was born in 1990. The couple also had a son named Islam Said, born in 1988. And Said also had a previous daughter born in 1987 with another woman. Said later became a permanent resident, eventually gaining citizenship in 1997. According to reports, the girls had stated that their father physically and sexually abused them. Amina told authorities that she had been penetrated at least once. So how jacked up is that? This crazy, controlling psychopath, because he didn't date, or the girls didn't date the people he wanted them to within their culture, is upset and kills them. Meanwhile, the same guy allegedly raped his daughters. He should have killed himself. Said would often spy on his daughters by video and audio taping them without their knowledge. He should have honor killed himself. Amina stated that she was afraid of using public telephone because he, Said, gets in everywhere and knows everything. She also wrote in emails that her father intended to kill her When she was 16, Said took Amina to Egypt, allegedly to arrange a marriage for her to a much older friend of his, but Amina rejected the marriage. Sarah got an after-school job working at a convenience store. Said began videotaping her at work and punished her for smiling too much at the customers. Amina began dating a boy named Joseph Moreno, whom she met while taking Taekwondo classes. When Said was out of the country, she felt anxious about meeting Moreno, imagining that Said would be watching her with binoculars. Amina told Moreno that not to call or text her if she sent a code word to him because she was afraid that her father would go through her phone. Eventually, Said found a note she had written to Moreno. Amina told him that these notes were to an imaginary boyfriend. Said, not trusting Amina, continued in his search in order to uncover Amina's relationship. Said moved his family 20 miles to a new house in Lewisville, Texas, prompting Amina to make plans to run away with Moreno, get married in Las Vegas, and start a new life. Moreno then dropped out of high school in order to earn money so they could save up enough money in order to help leave. Moreno also stated Said regularly threatened to kill Amina, and she knew he meant it. Amina was worried that Moreno would be killed by her father, and she refused to give her father his name while she was beaten, following Said's persistent accusations. All right, we're just going to read this one more part and then we'll get into the opening statements. Pretty crazy, though. After Christmas in 2007, Amina and Sarah ran into their mother, Patricia, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where Amina's boyfriend had relatives. Patricia allegedly told her daughters that December 31st was her mother's death anniversary and she wanted to drive east Texas to put flowers on her grave. However, Yasser, having inundated Patricia with phone calls from himself and other relatives that were initially unsuccessful, eventually convinced her to return home with the other girls. When Patricia communicated this change of plans to her daughter, Sarah reluctantly agreed to return, while Amina refused, ultimately seeking refuge in her friend's house. Patricia drove to the friend's house and pounded on the door, so her mother sending them to their death, stating in an argument that with Amina to try to convince her to return to Said. Amina still refused to go. Patricia insisted and stood unmoved in the doorway, saying that her father had forgiven her and would like the girls to return home. On January 1st, 2008, Yaser Said took Amina and Sarah to his taxi cab, kissed them, and told them he was taking them out to eat. Patricia initially wanted to come along, but Said told her that he wanted to talk to the girls himself. He drove them to Irving, where he allegedly shot both girls to death in a taxi cab. Amina died instantly while Sarah managed to call 911 before she died, screaming, "Help, my dad shot me. I'm dying. I'm dying." Said's taxi was soon discovered by another cab driver outside of the service entrance and Omni Mandalay Hotel. And that's it. We're going to leave there. So before we get to the opening, let's just listen to this clip, which I don't know. It's going to be graphic, I guess. I haven't listened to this yet.
Jurors heard the final words of Sarah Said. Prosecutors played the 911 call she made after being shot 9 times. Yaser Said, the man accused of killing his 2 daughters, Sarah and Amina, listened intently. The 911 call taker testified about what he heard.
At some point, I asked her what's going on. She says that I'm dying, that's what's up. And then at some point she pleads, stop it, stop it, stop it.
And the jury heard from the Omni manager who saw the sisters in the taxi cab and immediately knew something was wrong.
I didn't want to open the door, didn't want to touch the door, didn't want to touch the cab at that point. It looked like that they just weren't alive.
The first officer on the scene also testified, and more than 12 years later is still emotional when he talks about seeing the girls in that cab.
Tell the dispatcher that I have two deceased people at the scene and that I need more units to help cordon off a perimeter.
Prosecutors brought in a cart full of physical evidence that included parts of the bullet-riddled taxi. And they presented pictures of bullets and shell casings. An Irving crime scene investigator testified Amina was shot at point-blank range.
Weapon was very, very close to the victim.
Prosecutors say they also found passports for the girls, their father, and their mother. They say Said was trying to force the girls to go to Egypt with him. In Dallas, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
All right, so let's check it out. 7:20. Curious to see what they had to say on this.
Go ahead. May it please the court, opposing counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This is a case about a man obsessed with possession and control. He controlled his two daughters, Amina Said and Sarah Said. He controlled what they did, who they talked to, who they could be friends with, if they and who they could date, and he controlled everything in his household. You'll hear that he also controlled his wife. A person that he married who was 15 years of age when he married her. He was 29. She then had 3 children.
That was in that country though. It's okay to do that over there, right? What do they have, like an age thing over there? I wonder what it is over there. And it's like 10 years old or something. They got it set over there. I don't know.
With him, his first son, Islam Said, born March of 1988. Amina Said, born March of 1989. And Sarah Said, the baby, born March of 1990. All while Patricia was in her formative years, still a teenager. You'll hear the dynamics in that household. A household built on isolation and dependency on one individual, Yaser Said.
Damn, 11?
But this case is also about 2 beautiful young women. Amina Said, 18 years of age at the time of the offense, and Sarah Said, 17 years of age at the time of the offense. These were 2 young, spirited young ladies. They were extremely bright. They went to Louisville High School. They were in AP classes. And they had big dreams.
Well, somebody said there's no age restrictions out there. Oh, probably so. I gotta look it up.
They wanted to become doctors. They wanted to go to college. They wanted to get married. They wanted to have families. Normal teenage girls wanting a normal life. But you'll see, as they got older, and the smarter they became, and the more educated they became, and the more independence that they got.
According to this one website, it says for males it's 18, for females 16 for marriage, and the age of consent is 18. But I thought that was like a common thing over there too, right? The underage thing.
The defendant got angrier. Because if they had more independence, that was less control for him. You'll hear in this case that leading up to the murders of Amina Said and Sarah Said, the defendant's behavior got extremely dangerous. The girls became very scared for their lives. Their mother, Patricia, who had left the defendant numerous times in the past because of his behavior, was so scared that they all 3 decided, we need to escape. So they made a plan. And at this time, the girls are thriving. They're doing well in school. Amina has scholarships to go to college, and they each have boyfriends. Sarah is dating a young man by the name of Irving who goes to Louisville High School. And Amina is dating a young man at a junior college named Edward Louise. They convinced their boyfriends to go with them. Imagine that. 18-year-old, a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 19-year-old, and their mother, Patricia Owens, all flee from the defendant. They plan their escape. You'll hear that the defendant rarely worked, but if he did, he drove a cab. They knew that they needed to leave when he was not home. Cab drivers have predictable schedules, so of course, depending on when there's good time with traffic, is when they work. So it took them a couple of days to get their plan together. When they successfully leave, it's Christmas Day. It's the evening of Christmas Day. They tell Islam and brother, we're going to go get something to drink. We'll be back, but they're gone. Edgar borrows a truck from his dad. They all leave. They go to Oklahoma. They got to get away because things have gotten so bad. What do I mean by so bad? You'll hear that leading up to the murders, the reason for them leaving was that the defendant put a gun to Amina's head, threatening to kill her. That's what they believe. So they're safe. Our story right now, they're safe. They're in Oklahoma. Only for a few days. Because that same control and that same manipulation that the defendant has done for years has worked. And he gets them to come home. And they come home. And now he's a changed man. Now he's okay with everything. He's going to give them some independence. He's going to let them date their boyfriends. He's going to let them go to college. He's going to let them live their own lives. So he tells the mother, everything's okay. Come home. Everything's okay. And he tells the mother he wants to take him out to dinner to go eat. So he takes Amina, the older one. She's in the front passenger seat of the cab. And he takes Sarah, the younger one. She's in the back seat, right directly behind me in the cab. He takes them to go to Denny's. Patricia, the mother, asked to go. Told her no. She needed to stay home. Ladies and gentlemen, he killed those two girls in that cab. His two daughters. You'll hear evidence that Amina was shot twice, and Sarah suffered and was shot 9 times.
Yeah.
We're going to bring you 2 911 calls. One from Sarah Said, where she's asking for help. And she names her killer, her father, Yaser Said. Another 911 call from the Omni Hotel, where they found the cab in the taxi line. No one was moving in that cab. 2 girls in the cab. One looked slumped over. Ignition off, keys removed, no gun. And where is Yaser Said? Phone turned off. In the wind. Nowhere to be found. This manhunt for the defendant lasted 12 long years.
That's crazy. That's a long time.
Until he was finally apprehended by the FBI. We're going to bring you evidence of that as well.
Know how to hide.
It's been 12 long years, and now the defendant stands trial for this heinous crime. At the end of the conclusion of this case, I'm going to ask you to come back and return the only just verdict in this case. A verdict of guilty of capital murder. I thank you, and I look forward to presenting the evidence to you.
Yeah, it was short.
Thank you, counsel.
All right, guys, stream over. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the defense is going to have to say. I thought it was going to be a lot more than that.
Yes, Your Honor.
I wonder how long this trial is supposed to be.
Thank you, Your Honor. Opposing counsel, members of the jury. This is a difficult case. It's not just difficult for the audience.
For you, it is. You know, shit.
We have Sarah, who was 17. We have Amina, who was 18, who both had their lives taken from them on January 1st, 2008. These girls were, by all accounts, all American girls. They were young girls transitioning into young women in American culture with a heavy influence from a Muslim, Egyptian immigrant family. It is that diversity that made their lives difficult. It made it complex. It's that diversity that makes this case complex. To put this in some perspective, Sarah would have been 11 and Amina would have been 12 on September 11th, 2001. That means that these two young girls spent their entire teenage years and most of their formative years in a post 9/11 world. And Yasser was trying to raise two teenage girls in America in a world where our government had daily discourse filled with anti-Muslim rhetoric, Islamophobia.
Ooh.
You know, when these girls should have been worried about their driver's license, they're seeing pictures of torture in Guantanamo Bay. Yasser is seeing on the news every night what our country did to Muslim suspects.
Ooh.
The lengths that they would go to justify torture. Now, it was wrong in 2001 and the years after that for our government to generalize and criminalize an entire culture to fit their objectives and to fit their narratives. And it's wrong today in this trial for the government to generalize an entire culture, to criminalize an entire culture to fit their narrative and to fit their objectives. The state wants to convict Yasser for being a Muslim in 2008 because the evidence will show that the evidence will not support convictions for capital murder today. It would not have supported it in 2008, and it will not support it in this trial. Now, we do expect that you'll hear some incriminating evidence. The state mentioned the 911 calls. There's also the fact that the girls were found in a cab that was suspect Oscar. There's also the fact that he went on the run for 12 years. 12 years, 7 months, and I believe 25 days, from January 1st, 2008, to the day that he was finally picked up by the feds. But we will put these facts into context. The evidence will flesh this out. That it is not as simple as they want to make it sound.
So he's trying to like get the prosecution canceled? What is he saying? They're racist? They're just doing this because he's Muslim? How are they going to defend this?
So let's talk a little bit about the evidence that we expect to see, the narrative that we anticipate that the state will present. I believe the best way to walk through that is to look at the witness list they provided to this court and to defense counsel, telling us who they anticipate to call to tell their story in this trial, to provide testimony. Now, the state doesn't have to call all these people. This is not a sworn declaration that all 58 of these individuals are going to testify, but this was who they said that they intend to call. There's approximately 12 civilian witnesses. I believe there's 2 or 3 dozen law enforcement type officers from various organizations, 8 different organizations, 4 of which are different law enforcement agencies. They have approximately half a dozen, 6 or 7 federal agents who are listed as potential witnesses to testify in this case. They have 4 medical experts. They have 1 individual from T-Mobile. And I believe the most telling witnesses that are on that list are the fact that they listed on their witness list 2 experts in culture. An individual from SMU and an individual
Your Honor,
from
objection. The state can present its case in whatever form we'd like to. That notice was given to defense counsel. He cannot state what I want to prove and how I want to prove it.
Overruled the opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. The fact that they're objecting to what I just said, and the fact that they have 2 cultural experts on their witness list tells you everything that you need to know about what they're trying to do here today. Now, they didn't come out in opening statements and hammer you with Islamophobia and all the stuff, and the people who have seen the media, the narratives that were in there. They came out, they were nuanced with it. Possession and control. They're hinting at what his culture has been, what we have been inundated with about his culture. They're going apparently to touch on those nuances without coming out right and saying, you know, we're more worried about the Muslims than we are the murderers.
How?
So let's walk through those witnesses.
How?
that I stated there can be about a dozen civilian witnesses. Some of those are pretty straightforward. It's the individuals at the scene that day, at the Omni Hotel, that found the girls. And while that testimony is pretty straightforward, what none of them will be able to testify to is seeing Yasser, or anyone who looked like Yasser, at that scene, at that time and on that day. They do not have a single person from the Omni Hotel on New Year's Day, the Omni in Las Colinas, they do not have one eyewitness to say that Yasser was there that night. Not one.
Wasn't it his taxi cab? Or was just an abandoned taxi cab? I'm going to double check that. So then you start off saying there's the fact that bodies were found in the taxi, all these threats of violence, according to the family. Years of it. Let's see.
There were 16 surveillance cameras running.
It says here their bodies were found in his abandoned taxi cab. What?
On that property that night. Without air, without a break in the feed, not one of those 16 cameras can put Yaser Said or anyone who resembles Yaser Said at the Omni on January 1st, 2008. Who are some of these other civilian witnesses? We have Connie, who is Patricia's sister. Now, I mentioned earlier that there's a very large family on the paternal side of the family. Yasser and all of his brothers are first-generation immigrants from Egypt. They came here in the 80s. They naturalized. They are the American story. Yasser chose to raise his children here. He didn't. He is as American as any of us, by law and by right, but he comes from a different place. And so Connie, being a member of the maternal side of the family, on Patricia's side, these aren't the Egyptian side of the family. This is the Oklahoma and Kansas side of the family. This is the side of the family that had objections with the father's side of the family, how they were trying to raise their children. So I don't know what Connie is going to testify to. I'm not going to try and sell you on something that I don't know. But she doesn't come from the side of the family that would have understood the culture through and through. I think it's also important, and I want to circle back to this later, that there is not one member of Yaser Said's family that's on this witness list. There is not one member of his family who understood the culture, who understood what it was like to raise children in a post 9/11 America.
Oh, no.
Not one person to explain what their lives was really like. They bring Patricia's sister to testify against Yasser. They're bringing Patricia. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely don't know where to begin with Patricia. I think Patricia was allowed to testify for 2 full days. You have 2 different people showing up on that witness stand. She cannot tell the same story twice.
So Patricia is the mother. I believe we just read that. Said married Patricia in February 1987. Damn.
All the motive in the world to testify against Yasser. And I believe the evidence will show that she is one bad statement away from becoming a suspect in this case. So she has the motive to make this all about Yasser. Also, as a mother, I'll let her testimony flush this out. I have 2 boys of my own. My heart would shatter if I ever lost them. So there is something about a parent losing a child that will play into that. And play into her testimony. And I think that there will be sincerity in that. But also, she doesn't want to make this look like this is her fault. And I believe when you listen to her testimony, listen for those motives, listen for those inconsistencies, listen to what she's trying to say. Listen to the changes in the story. On one day, Yasser would never hurt the girls. On the next, who knows what she's going to say. Now, the final 2 witnesses in the civilian side of this, as they mentioned, are Edgar and Eric. Edgar and Eric were the last 2 people that we know saw Amina and Sarah alive. We know that they'll testify to removing the girls from Dallas, and taking them first to Kansas, which the girls rejected, and then buying them an apartment, buying them supplies, setting them up in Oklahoma. And within days of that, the girls say, no, we're going home. Now this trial will flesh out the nuances of that decision to come home. But they rejected the boys in Kansas, and ultimately they rejected them in Oklahoma, and they come home. Sarah goes straight back to her home. Amina, frustrated, goes and stays with Edgar for a couple nights. I don't believe that there'll be any allegations that Yasser attacked Sarah when she came home. Sarah came home, by all accounts, the testimony will support, the evidence will show that Yasser missed his daughters and was happy to have them home. But after a couple days of that, and I will not speak to Amina's motives or mindset, but she also decides to come home. She wakes up at Edgar's house. She tells Edgar, I'm leaving. I'm going back to my home. What the state failed to mention in opening is that the narrative that...
Is he like laughing and stuff too? Like while... That's crazy. Leslie, thank you so much for the super chat. Jeanette says the mother was a minor when she got married with the father. Yeah, they said 15. The girls told as well that the father was abusing them. Those videos that he made of them were creepy. Did they release any of the videos? I wonder what else we can pull up while we're watching this. And again, if you guys could hit like, I appreciate it. Just stopping in tonight. I was kind of curious to see what the opening statements was. I had 2 people request this story. MH said something else. MH said mother was also abused by him. She probably envied her daughters for doing what she couldn't. Oh, shit.
That had been with this case for 14 years changed a month before this trial. You see, because after Sarah and Amina go home, Edgar will testify to scoping out the home throughout that day. They will testify that they found Yasser and the girls at an intersection and then followed them. How they followed them, I'm not sure how the testimony will go. But as we understand it, what we believe the evidence will show is that they followed them down Old 121 from Louisville, and that Edgar and Eric took exit 635. We'll have maps for all this later. But they take a different highway exit. And that they will testify that despite the fact that they're moving at the speed limit on a highway, merging onto another highway, they tell law enforcement that...
Yo, you guys want to check out this video real quick? Yaser Abdel Said films disturbing home video of his daughters. Let's check this out real quick in the middle, in between. I want to be looking a little bit to see...
No, don't do that.
I won't, don't worry. I know you're scared.
She started telling me just little by little that it was more than just him being protective. It was more him being controlling and abusive. I wanted to get her away from that so bad. She was such a good person. She didn't deserve to live like that.
I don't have no sympathy for any mother that would lie and trick their girls and put them through what she did all their lives.
Do you believe...
So the mother was complicit too? Like selling out the kids and shit?
Going back to Texas was a death sentence?
Yes, yeah. I do believe that it was. Definitely. They knew if they ever went back that he would definitely kill them.
Did Patricia knowingly bring back those girls into harm?
According to everybody that I've talked to through the investigation that we did for the documentary, yes. It's definitely yes.
Who would think that their father would kill them?
I do know how to pull it back. I've done it.
No, don't do that.
I won't, don't worry. I know you're scared.
I wonder if that was the same gun that he used to kill them. All right, let's keep continuing.
They know what exit Yasser takes. That they can see Yasser a mile or so down the road. And he took exit 114. They may even testify they saw which direction he went. But how is it that if you exit off 121 to 635, you can tell what anybody's doing at 114? But their testimony to law enforcement 14 years ago is that's what happened. Now, on the eve of trial, you'll hear the evidence that no, it wasn't Eric and Edgar. It was Edgar and his father, Victor. Victor, who now lives in Mexico, who is not on the state's list, who is not here to testify, but is very quick to explain what his son was doing that day or that night when the girls disappeared. Not disappeared, when they lost their life. I apologize. Eric and Edgar will also testify that they went to the police department. Potentially, from the time the 911 call comes in to the time that those boys are at the police department voluntarily, could be as soon as 2.5 hours. They say, we heard from a friend that the girls were dead, but they didn't say who the friend was. And we're here to tell y'all what happened that night. We're here to tell you about following him. We're here to tell you about the days that led up to the event. We're here to tell you all about Yasser. And that starts the investigation. I mean, as far as focusing on Yasser, really zeroing in on him, it was these two other narratives that kicks this thing off. But what you won't hear is their recorded statements from that time. You'll hear that they tell law enforcement this, and that magically 14 years later, it's not Eric and Edgar in the car at all. I mean, you got your first major inconsistency in this narrative. So let's talk a little bit about law enforcement. This is a good transition point to get into that. I don't know, there's 30, 35 different law enforcement agents depending on how you look at it. Some of them with CPS, family place. These organizations aren't directly law enforcement that work with law enforcement. But to me, the big takeaway on this is Detective Shingle. Because Detective Shingle is the one who the two boys talked to that night. Just hours after the girls made that 911 call. With a magical friend who knew about this before even potentially Patricia knew about it, before anybody knew about it. And his investigation, or lack of investigation, the way he handled that moment, that night, what this case will show you and what the evidence will show you is that this was a botched investigation. It is extraordinary how they handled this. They don't take DNA from the boys. They don't take fingerprints from the boys. They don't swab them for gunshot residue. They don't separate them and get two separate stories to make sure that everything lines up. They don't record the statements. They don't ask who the friend is who knew that the girls had died before anybody else. They don't verify, apparently, that it was Eric and Edgar in the car. Because although they're telling law enforcement that, apparently it was Victor and Edgar in the car. So they're lying to law enforcement immediately. Law enforcement doesn't ask to search the vehicles. Doesn't ask to search the children, the boys, I mean. Doesn't ask to search their home. Doesn't even ask. And had law enforcement asked to do that, and had the boys denied that request, the fact that they were the last two people to see these girls alive, it is reasonable to believe, and I believe the evidence will support, that they could have gotten a warrant for it. But they ID'd the Muslim, and that's all they were worried about. So I believe that law enforcement as a whole, without going through all 35 or whatever their witnesses, that moment in time establishes the groupthink that you'll hear from every other law enforcement witness. And so what about the rest of the law enforcement? I mentioned that there were federal agents. Ladies and gentlemen, any grace that you give to local law enforcement and the hardships that they face in dealing with an intense, fast-moving investigation like this should not be pushed forward to the feds. Within a day of these girls being found, the full force of the United States and local government is on this case. And if local law enforcement didn't know any better, the feds should have. The feds should have gone back and fixed the mistakes that local law enforcement messed up. But they didn't. They bought the narrative, they didn't question it, and this was a targeted investigation against Yasser and Yasser alone the whole time. You know, the other thing about the feds, the evidence will show that there are two convictions that have come out of this. The feds hit Yasser's son, who by all accounts is potentially mentally disabled, with 10 years, day for day, in a federal penitentiary, not for conspiracy to commit murder, not for being a co-defendant, not for anything like that. They gave his son 10 years in a federal penitentiary for hiding Yasser while he had an active warrant. They gave his brother 13 years in a federal penitentiary, not for murder, not for conspiracy to commit murder, nothing. For hiding a man who had an active warrant. That's the best the feds could do after 14 years of investigating this case. And I guarantee you that if the feds had the case for murder on Yasser, if they could prove this case, the feds would be prosecuting him and indicting him for murder. So the fact that after 14 years, with all the resources available to the federal government, to the state government, and everything else, the fact that they handed it back to the state and chose not to proceed tells you everything you need to know about the federal investigation.
Your Honor, I'm objected this time in the statement of the facts and outside the scope of opening.
Sustained.
We believe the federal agents will testify to the nature of their investigation and the conclusions of that investigation. We believe that the evidence will show that rather than investigating murders, they were investigating Yasser. That they chased every single brown man with a mustache in a taxi, at a Quickie Mart, or at a coffee shop.
No.
From here to Georgia, to the Carolinas.
Oh, Lord. He's going there.
Up to Pennsylvania, over to New York, to the bridge that connects New York to Canada, all the way down to San Diego, back up to Portland, or not Portland, Oregon, excuse me. And after all that,
he said the Quickie Mart.
They find him in the backyard, in Dallas, in the DFW. And so what about, you have this local law enforcement investigation that is flawed from the beginning. You have the feds that don't clean it up and do what they do for 14 years and end up with what they end up with. Well, let's move forward with the rest of the witnesses. You have the four medical experts. Yeah, I don't expect them all to testify. And their testimony will also be pretty straightforward. But I'm interested, and I would like for you to pay attention to the discussion about the trajectory of the bullets and whatever narrative the state puts forward on how these murders occurred. But while Amina died from the two gunshots.
Sure does.
Sarah, unfortunately, was shot 9 times. And not all those trajectories are uniform. They don't all make sense based on the evidence. You'll also, I believe that we'll get into testimony about the mental and physical reactions to being shot that many times. That the mind, in moments of extreme trauma, will sometimes slip into auditory and visual hallucinations. That what was once considered a dying declaration is maybe not as sound and secure in the scientific field as it once was. I mean, this is a concept that was based in old folklore.
And the girl that was shot 9 times, Sarah, she's the one that actually called for 911 asking for help.
Made its way into American jurisprudence. And I'm interested to hear what they have to say about how that 911 call maybe came to be. And what condition Sarah may have been in when she
No, what he's trying to say, she made it up and shit? Because she was shot 9 times? Is that where he's going?
Finally, well, not finally, we have a T-Mobile guy. I believe that T-Mobile is going to speak about Sarah's phone, the 911 call, the pinging of the location and whatnot. But I think the omission from the witness list here is also telling. The fact that you will not see the entirety of Patricia's cell data the entirety of Islam's cell data, the entirety of Eric's cell phone data, the entirety of Edgar's cell phone data, the entirety of Victor's cell phone data. The fact that all that is not being presented is telling. And finally, as far as their state witness list goes, again, you saw them object. They don't want me to mention this.
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Little tension.
The state has indicated that they intend to call two cultural witnesses who've spent their careers learning, analyzing, and studying the Middle East, the Muslim culture, and everything that comes with it. And I believe that that is coming. Now, let's talk about a couple of items that are missing from this list. We've already talked about the fact that the Said family is not being called. And like the feds, I believe that if the Said family had anything that would help the state, they would be on this list. The state has subpoena power.
Can't the defense bring their own witnesses too? Or no? Can't they call their own people?
To bring any one of this large family in. The feds will say that this is a complex, intelligent, vast network of family that hid Yasser for 14 years, but somehow they don't have any evidence to present to you from this family at this trial.
Objection, Your Honor, once again, argumentative. And we're getting into closing argument, Your Honor. They also have subpoena power.
Sure, the defense has a longer opening statement than the prosecution.
Counsel, limit your opening statements. This is not closing arguments.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I believe the witness list the state has provided indicates how they plan to prepare this case and provide this case. I believe the evidence will show that they are simply trying to convict a man who was a Muslim in 2008 because the evidence cannot and will not support a conviction for capital murder. Not then and not now. And so at the conclusion of this trial, after you've heard all the evidence, after you've heard the witnesses who do testify, after you ask about the witnesses who have not testified, we would ask that you render the judgment of not guilty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. State, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state.
All right, we're gonna listen to a little bit more. Maybe I don't know. Maybe a couple of, depending. It's a 7 hour. We're not watching those 7 hours, but maybe a few of the statements or testimonies. I mean, to see what they have to say.
Calls Officer Williams to the stand.
Cop. Thing is, maybe the first person to arrive.
It will be the truth, the whole truth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you please state your first and last name for the court and spelling it for the court report?
Jason Williams, Jason Williams.
And Officer Williams, are you a certified peace officer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. When did you first become a certified peace officer?
In 2007,
And where are you employed?
City of Louisville.
So you're an officer for the city of Louisville?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about your background to become a police officer.
I started with the City of Louisville in May of 2007. Went to the Regional Police Academy, COG, in Arlington, Texas. I graduated in October of 2007. And we had a 5-week mini academy. Then we had 17 weeks of field training. And that's what, when this case happened, I was in field training.
Prior to joining Louisville PD, did you work in any other capacity in law enforcement?
I worked for the Denton County Jail for 5 years.
Okay. Do you have any military background?
I was in the Marine Corps Reserve for 4 years.
Okay. So are you currently employed with Louisville PD?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to December 26th of 2007. Did you come into contact with an individual by the name of Yaser Said?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you come into contact with him?
We were on a missing person report, and we got dispatched to the address where he was located, and we took a missing persons report.
Who was the complainant in that report?
I don't have a copy of my report. I don't believe it was Yaser Said.
You do not believe it was Yaser Said?
I don't recall who it is. I don't have a copy of the report with me.
If we were to give you a copy of your report to refresh your memory, would that help you?
Yes, ma'am.
Incident report, I'll let you go ahead and look that over and read silently, and I'll ask you a question again. Okay?
Hey, Shawnee, what's up? Welcome, everybody. I'm really curious what the defense is gonna. Is he gonna try to tear down the witness? How's he gonna challenge him? The mom is charged too? No, is she really? I don't believe it.
Are you
Let me
able
take
to
a look.
ascertain who was the complainant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who was that?
Yaser Said.
It was Yaser Said's.
That's who we met with. Yes, ma'am.
That's who you met with. Do you know who called in for you to go to the house? Do you have the call notes?
Oh. Hold on a second.
I was able to find it in the call notes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and who was that?
The complainant's father-in-law.
Okay, so Yaser's father.
Yes.
So when you get to the house, who all was at the house?
Yaser.
At the Said residence.
Yaser Said was there.
So it says about the mother, it says Patricia Tissy Owens was not charged for the murder of her daughters, but she had been to jail for collecting welfare and housing subsidy based on her husband's presumed absence. But for the honor killing her husband Yasser, brother-in-law Yasin, said Said, and their own son Islam was charged. So those three people.
The son was there, and then the grandfather.
And this is on December 26, 2007?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time was that you went to the Said residence?
FBI most wanted.
I went there approximately 2:17 in the morning.
2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so now we've established who's there. Yaser Said is there. His son, did you have a name for his son in the report?
Islam.
Islam. And then the grandfather.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a name for him?
Strangling a black vendor in a busy street in Italy? No, I didn't see that. This is the police officer, I guess, that responded to the call.
I don't believe I had a name.
Okay. But you identified him as the father of Yaser Said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who did you talk to? Did you talk to all three? Or who did you talk to about this missing persons report?
I remember speaking with Yasser and Islam.
Okay. And when you spoke to Yasser, what did he want to know?
Trying to find out where his daughters were, and his wife wondered why they were missing, and had never, they hadn't made any contact.
Since when?
It seems like about 9:30, or excuse me, 7:30 in the evening. Sorry about that.
Okay, so they had left the house at 7:30, and he didn't know where they were. And at 2:17, you get called to the house for a missing persons report.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was Yasser's demeanor as he's asking you where, to find his wife and his daughters?
It was just very cold nature. Wasn't seemed to be concerned about where they were, because he had no idea where they were, and it was just a concern.
Have you been called out on welfare calls before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In those circumstances, do individuals hypothetically want you to check areas to find their loved ones?
Objection to what other people on other calls will want.
Your Honor, this goes to his training and experience with the hypothetical questions. Okay. Did in this case, did the defendant ask you to check the hospitals to find out if his daughter or his wife were there?
No, ma'am.
Did he ask you to check the jails?
No, ma'am.
Did he ask you to check around the neighborhood?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So what was his concern?
Concern was he did not know where they were and wanted us to go find them.
And bring them where?
Back to the house.
Okay. And do you see that individuals that asked for them to return to the house here in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. An individual by the name of Yaser Said?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Would you be able to please identify him by an article of clothing he is wearing?
Here it appears like a blue blazer, white shirt, and a tie with the top button unbuttoned, sitting to your right.
Your Honor, you asked the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Did you have any other conversations with the defendant before you left the house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, tell the jury about that conversation.
Right before we left, he grabbed my hand, took both of his hands around my hand, looked me square in the eye and said, "Find my daughters. I need them." But it wasn't like to me, a concerned parent need. Seemed like there was something else.
Guessing what his conclusion was.
What's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, I asked him to go into the conversation, so I just asked you to state what was said. No opinion, okay?
He grabbed my hands and said, "Find my daughters."
Objection to what you thought about it. If that wasn't clear.
That's not what the witness is.
Defense is not having it. By the way, Waddy sent me an interesting story. I think once this guy's done talking his testimony, I want to play this shit. It's just a quick snippet, but she sent me this, and this was supposedly like another killing. Let me see. Parents accused of beating their 16-year-old daughter for refusing an arranged marriage were released on bond Sunday. What's the date on this thing? And this is Texas too. What's going on with Texas? Waddy said this is underreported because people are afraid to get canceled and shit. You can't speak out any kind of like. Nah, I'm kind of stretching that a bit, but maybe it's true. Maybe it's probably true. There's some weird shit. I guess this is the culture, or just maybe it's just not the culture, but a few loose or crazy people within the culture. We're going to play, I think there's a video on this. Yeah, we're going to play a little bit and see. But they're saying this kind of shit happens. It's not that uncommon, and she believes that it's kind of underreported. So, what is going on? They'll talk about Texas.
That's fine too. I know the state, restated its question.
Will you please restate his answer?
Find my daughters.
But at some point, did you ask Yaser Said and Islam Said to write a statement in this case?
Yes, ma'am, that was done.
It's racist to hold people accountable for breaking laws.
Did you ask him about any arguments that he had had leading up to this missing persons report? With any arguments with any family members?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what was his reply?
At first it was no. And then he later said he'd been angry at their daughter and a possible boyfriend. And he said the incident was 2 weeks ago and he thought it was closed.
Okay. Did he go into any more detail than that?
No, ma'am.
And were you conversing with him in English or did you have a translator?
It was all done in English.
Did he have any difficulty talking with you?
No, he did not.
And when you said, you told the jury that at the end you were leaving and you said he grabbed your hands
Yes, ma'am.
and he told you to find his daughters?
Yes, he did.
Did he ask you to find his wife?
Not at all.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, let's see.
Williams, let me ask you a few questions, if I might. Have you seen your report since you wrote it in 2007?
Yes, sir, I have.
When?
A couple weeks ago at a meeting with the district attorney's office.
Okay. So you've gone over that report.
Yes, sir.
He was the one that called the police that night to file a missing persons report on his daughters and his wife.
Not according to our call notes, sir.
Well, when you got there, he was the one that became the complainant.
Correct.
Okay? So regardless of who called you out, he was the one that you were talking to once you got there about what was going on.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And this is at 2:17 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay? So they go missing. He calls the police and says, help me find my daughter. Right?
Several hours later, yes, sir.
Yeah, sure. And he says, find my daughters. And you asked him about previous arguments, and he said there hadn't been anything really, except there was a deal with my daughter's boyfriend a couple weeks ago. Did you ask which daughter, which boyfriend?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Did you ever?
No, sir.
Never did. So you don't know whether it's Amina or Sarah. You don't know whether it's JoJo, that's Joseph Marino, or Edgar Ruiz, or Eric Panamina. You don't know who they're talking about.
No, sir.
Okay? You didn't ask. You didn't ask what the incident was 2 weeks ago that he had with a boyfriend.
No, I did not.
You didn't ask. Right?
No, I didn't.
That's all the questions we had. I thank you.
Thank you. Any further
That's it.
questions?
No further questions for this witness. May this witness be excused, Your Honor?
May this witness be released, Mr. Law.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna let me just skip to the next witness, but then we're gonna play the video clip.
Gentlemen, we will take the restroom break for
All right, they're gonna take a little break. Damn, somebody beat the shit up over there. So this trial just started for the people that are just joining. This trial, today was day 2, tomorrow's day 3. Right now we're just listening to day 1 a little bit. We did the opening statements and we're just kind of cruising through some of the testimony. We have the privilege of watching after, so we don't have to sit around waiting on the breaks and lunch breaks and all that stuff. And now I'm going to play the other clip from this different story. Okay. So let's just sidetrack for a little bit. ADD life, you know what I'm saying? ADHD, whatever they call it. I thought this was kind of interesting. Of course, I lost it. All right, here. So we're just sidestepping a little bit. I want to hear a little bit about this story that Wanny sent that was something kind of similar.
A brave girl running away from her parents' abuse. That's what the Bexar County Sheriff's Office says a 16-year-old Taft High School student did.
New details about a story we first brought you as late-breaking news at 6 o'clock today. Tonight, Marie Belhishmawi's parents are facing family violence charges. As the 19's Devin Clark reports, her father went on camera last month, painting a very different picture.
It became pretty obvious very early on that this wasn't a regular missing persons case.
A case that began with a Taft High School student's disappearance. 16-year-old Marie Belhishmawi was reported missing on January 30th. Nearly a month later, her father made a desperate plea.
My daughter, she got kidnapped, or she...
Oh, no. This is just giving me so many flashbacks to see this, like, these parents and like, oh, la, 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 you know, my kid and all sort of stuff. It had to be this, had to be that. And you're the perpetrator.
Somebody take her. Something wrong.
Back in February, Abdullah Al-Hishmawi expressed frustration to KSAT 12 News, complaining that local law enforcement showed a slow response to his daughter Marib's case. Abdullah even contacted the FBI for...
Let me guess, that was racism too? Let's see. Yeah, I want to copy this guy's name. Abdullah Fahima. I wanted to see if, I want to see that plea. I always love watching the guilty parents plea. A.B. Abdullah Fahmi Al-Hishwami. Let's see. Okay, there it is. And damn. And there might not be a video.
For help.
If you're still alive, we love you. We like you. We miss you.
We like you.
Please come back home.
As it turns out, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office says Abdullah and his wife Hamdia were abusing their daughter, possibly because she didn't want to participate in an arranged marriage.
It was reported to us that this young lady was abused with hot cooking oil being thrown on her body. She was beaten with broomsticks. At least at one point, she was choked almost to the point of unconsciousness.
Everything exaggerated.
The man slated to marry the 16-year-old allegedly paid the family $20,000. But before the marriage could be carried out.
So it's paid marriages too. I didn't know that there was money in this shit too. It's paid shit. You know, make some cash. Let me just sell my daughter, make some money. The transaction.
To marry the 16.
At one point, she was choked almost to the point of unconsciousness.
Everything exaggerated.
The man slated to marry the 16-year-old allegedly paid the family $20,000. But before the marriage could be carried out, Sheriff Salazar says Mary ran away.
Everything, you know, my daughter, she said, everything is not true.
Thanks to tips, authorities located Mary. She and her 5 brothers are now in CPS custody. The parents denying any wrongdoing, putting some of the blame on their daughter herself.
My daughter, she wanna just go to the wrong way. She need to go to drugs, maybe. She they have a friend, bad friend.
Wow. So I guess some of this stuff is in the name of like culture or religion or whatever. And so I guess it's not shameful to beat and abuse your kids, sell them for $20K and all that shit. they don't consider that shameful, but the arranged marriage, if they don't go within the arranged marriage, the daughter, then that's shameful. Damn. Let me see this clip here real quick. I don't want to sidetrack too much, but oh, it's a mess. This is the same as Shalfia Ahmed. Is that another story, Jessica? Oh, damn. I don't know it was this bad. Cancel stream.
That we've been working over the past several weeks. The local FBI field office, as well as CPS. It started out with as a missing persons case. We had a young lady,
just like this one,
16 years of age, that was missing. It became pretty obvious very early on that this wasn't a regular missing persons case. We began hearing reports of ongoing abuse involving this young lady, possibly reports of an arranged marriage, and we believe that may have been the precursor that prompted this young lady to leave her home. Nonetheless, we began our media blitz with, along with our partners in this, FBI and CPS, began looking for the young lady. We were able to find her alive and well in mid-March. We did bring the young lady home, but we didn't release her to her family. Instead, she was brought into CPS custody, and we began to question her. As we began questioning her, we began finding out more details that quite frankly, they're quite disturbing. We became aware of the fact that mid last year, mid 2017, there had been a marriage arrangement made between the family of this young lady and an adult male living in another city, whereby approximately $20,000 was going to exchange hands. There would be a marriage that would take place. And this young lady at various times over that time period was subjected to some pretty bad abuse because she didn't want to be married to this person. Several times it was reported to us that this young lady was abused with hot cooking oil being thrown on her body. She was beaten with broomsticks. At least at one point, she was choked almost to the point of unconsciousness. And it's really heartbreaking to hear. The only way that this young lady could bring an end to this abuse was to verbally agree to become a party to this marriage. So at that point that the marriage was going to take place, the young lady left home and she ran away. Thankfully we were able to find her safe and sound, and now she is in CPS custody along with, I believe it's 5 other siblings that were in the home that are also in CPS custody. Those other young siblings are between the ages of 5 and 15 years of age. We don't know if those other siblings are victims of any abuse, but certainly the circumstances involving this case did cause us some concern for those other siblings.
Where was she? Bear County?
She was not. I believe she was found in another city.
So where? Where was she at someone's house? Was she just living on the streets?
No, my understanding is she was safe. She was with, I believe it was an organization, but she was safe and sound when she was found.
Talk to us about the charges that the parents are facing at this point.
Right now, they're facing a charge of continuous family violence. It's possible that other charges may apply. Of course, we know that the FBI is involved, so any charges that they might be bringing along at some point, that remains to be seen. We'll have to get with them as the case continues to unfold. We did execute a search warrant at the residence of the family earlier today. I can't go into what was found, what evidence was discovered during that, but there is an affidavit on file for that.
Could there be consequences for the family actually going to the FBI and carrying on when really they knew what led to her disappearance the whole time?
I believe that there may be other charges coming at this. I don't know what aspects of it, if it'd be more from the abuse side, or if anything was falsely reported to us or to the FBI. But certainly any charges that are forthcoming, we'll make everybody known. We'll make it known to everybody.
The other person that was, or he was going to plan the arranged marriage with a 20-something-year-old out of the Dallas area. Anything stemming from that? Will that person be?
I'm almost certain that there should be other charges forthcoming with that suspect as well. We do know who he is. My understanding is that we have talked to him, or at least the FBI has talked to him. So it's highly likely that he'll be facing charges as well.
And when you say the girl was abused, the 16-year-old victim, it was her parents who were pouring the cooking oil on her and choking her?
Yes, sir. My understanding is that both parents were involved in the physical abuse, the ongoing physical abuse. I believe it was the female suspect, the mother, that at one point actually threw hot cooking oil on her because she was refusing to take part in this marriage.
How long did this go on for?
Well, what we know about is that since the victim was 15, mid-2017 is when this first talk of arranged marriages started taking place, and then, of course, the abuse that went along with it. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much.
I was looking at different universities that can work with my work schedule. I'm very proud to say that I went to Kaiser.
All right. Let me show. I'm just gonna look at the highlights real quick of this, but then we're gonna get back to this trial. But this was another person. I think this was in the UK. Somebody mentioned it. Let me see. I'm not sure how this is pronounced. Shafila Ahmed, 17, still refused to admit her parents murdered her. What? Siblings of Shafila still refused to admit her parents murdered her after they were convicted of her honor killing 6 years ago, as her best friend reveals chilling new details in a documentary. Also, there is a documentary. I don't know. Maybe sometime we can look into that. I don't know if that's like copy protected or whatever. There is a documentary. I mean, definitely not doing it now, but So it also says she was murdered by her parents for her choice of clothing. The parents made their youngest children watch as they suffocated her. Wow. Her siblings were sworn to secrecy until they eventually went to the police. Holy crap. Doug from Northport, I think he's okay. He went live on his channel. On August, so somebody had reached out to me today. I think it was TLC, but then somebody else as well messaged me that August 12th, I think. Is it 12th or the 13th? I think it's the 12th. They're doing a hearing or something for that guy, Doug, whatever his name, not Doug, sorry, Sternquist or whatever his name is. I don't know. I got invited to go out there. I think there's going to be a couple of YouTubers going out. I might go. I really wanted to go for the Paola Miranda thing. But I don't know. I might go. Maybe I should socialize and get out and shit, meet people and all that stuff. Or maybe I shouldn't, and I should say isolate myself. I want to get through some of this, though. There was somebody that wanted to call, but I don't want to do a call right now. But he wanted to kind of call and clear up the thing of selling and maybe some other things. Okay, and he's saying that they don't accept those type of people in their culture. Maybe at the end. I don't know. Maybe at the end. I don't know if he's available. We can take him in. Jason Sternquist, yeah. I don't know if it's like pointless for me because it's like 3 hours away, that trial thing. I mean, the hearing thing. I don't know if I'm going to be driving 3 hours just to be like there 10 minutes. You know, I don't know. Maybe I got to talk to one of these people and find out exactly what's going on with that. Yeah, Doug's not the bad guy. It's the other guy, Sternquist or whatever. I might go. And then there was somebody from his, I guess, mod or something that reached out to me. They were trying to find a video clip, which I actually forgot to do. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit I gotta do. I don't know. But and then Doctor Who said forced marriage is not allowed in Islam. Both the groom and bride must consent to the marriage. The consent of the woman is essential and must be obtained. So I wonder, what is it then with these? Are these just rogue people that are just going crazy? Just like in other races and cultures, you got, crazy people. All right, let me play this.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter?
That's Connie.
I wonder if Doug's gonna be out there. Maybe we could meet him. He's not really a public person, all right?
Maggio, CONNIEMOGGIO.
And Connie, how old are you?
I am 49.
Okay. You doing okay this morning?
Yes, I'm a little nervous.
Okay, Al. If I ask you anything, I'm going too fast, you just tell me to slow down, okay?
All right.
If you need me to repeat anything, you just ask me to repeat it and I will.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Connie, tell the jury how you know Amina, Said, Sarah Said, and Patricia Owens.
Amina and Sarah's my nieces. Patricia's my sister.
And how many siblings do you have?
Ooh.
I have.
Hoke said Doug isn't exactly innocent. We need to just have a chill stream sometime where it's no topic, nothing. We're just talking. Because I'm like intrigued and we're just all over the place.
3.
3, so 4 y'all total?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you fall with the siblings?
I'm the second oldest.
Second oldest? And who's the oldest?
Patricia.
Okay. Who's after you?
Donnie.
Donnie, is that a boy or a girl?
A boy.
Okay. You got a nickname for Donnie?
Crab.
Your Honor, may I first witness?
You may.
I'm going to move your mic a little bit closer to you.
Oh.
Okay, Connie? So you can make sure you can hear you. Speak directly into this.
Okay.
Okay, so Donnie has a nickname. What is that nickname?
It's Crab.
Crab,
Yes.
okay. And who is the baby of the family?
Billy.
Bill.
Before we continue, Ms. Holt, can you give the witness a clear mask?
Brandy, that one I think is a documentary on, from what I can see, YouTube. Unless there is a Netflix one. I don't know. Maybe, who was it earlier? Somebody told me Jessica. Which, Jessica, can you maybe email me specifically which one? Because I think I saw 2 different documentaries on YouTube.
We can use these masks so we can see things.
No rush, but if you have a chance.
This over my ears. Since it's just going to be a short term.
I thought in Texas they were past the mask stuff. They still do the mask over there? Or it depends on the judge? And I've never seen a mask like that before. What is that? Is the new, so you can see their lips moving? No, you gotta cover your nose.
Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. So Billy is the baby?
Right.
Okay. Is Billy still living?
No, she's not.
Okay. What about Donnie?
He is.
And Patricia?
Yes.
How far apart in age are you and Patricia?
13 months.
So pretty close.
Yes,
Now you mentioned that you are the aunt, or we can infer that you're the aunt because you said the nieces were Amina and Sarah Said. Is that right?
Right.
Neck brace.
And who is their mother?
Patricia.
And who is their father?
Yasser.
Do you remember how old you were when you first met Yaser Said?
13.
How old was Patricia?
14.
Ooh.
And how did you come to meet Yaser Said? How did you get introduced to your family? Do you remember?
He worked at the Circle K next door to the apartments we lived in.
Circle K next door to where?
The apartments where we lived.
Would you just meet him when you casually go inside?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did Patricia and Yasser begin dating?
Yes.
When was that? Do you remember how old Patricia was? She was 13 and...
Yeah, I was 13. I think she was 14 when they started dating.
How old was Yasser?
I'm not sure. I don't even know how old he is now.
Was he the same age as Patricia, younger than Patricia, or older than Patricia?
Older.
Okay. About a few years or significantly older?
Quite a few years.
When you mean quite a few years, how many would you say?
15. Around,
say it again, I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Around 15.
Did Patricia normally date men that were older?
No.
Okay. So this Yasser was the first one? The only one?
No.
Did you hear what I asked you? Did Patricia normally date men that were older than her, that significantly older than her?
No.
Okay. So at some point during dating, did they get married?
They did.
Okay. And how old was Patricia then?
15.
How long? How long did they date before they got married?
It wasn't very long. I'm going to say about 2 months.
Okay. Did you say that's a short period of time?
Very short.
Did you attend the wedding?
I did.
And did you play any role in the wedding?
I did.
Okay. And Connie, I know that you're a little nervous, but can you try your best to speak up a little bit for us to make sure we can hear you?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
Just take your time. Just use your outside voice if you can.
Okay.
Okay? Okay, great. So what role did you play in the wedding?
Maid of honor.
Maid of honor. Pretty important role, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after Patricia married Yasser, did she continue to live in your household? Did she continue to go to school? What happened?
She moved in with Yasser and Yasser's family.
Okay. Was she still in school?
No, she wasn't.
Okay. Now, getting married at 15 years of age, could she do that on her own, or did she have to seek permission?
My mom and dad signed papers.
You remember that?
Yes.
So they signed papers for Patricia to marry Yasser?
Right.
Because of her age?
Right.
Okay. So she did not go to school?
Not after they were married.
Okay. So she's married at 15. She's no longer in school. She moves in. Does she move in with Yasser?
Yasser and his family.
And his family.
Right.
Do you remember who she lived with?
Mawson and Mary Said.
And who are Mawson and Mary Said?
Mawson is Yasser's brother and Mary's Yasser's sister-in-law.
So I'm told that's the documentary, The Price of Honor, on Prime, Amazon Prime. I'll double check too to see. Jessica says she emailed me somewhere. Damn it. Close it up. I also got an email, somebody saying that in Dearborn, is this Michigan? Somebody told me that Dearborn has a huge population. It's just not reported and not spoken of. Honor killings. All right. And the documentary, okay, amazing. So, okay, there's a documentary on YouTube. That's the one I was looking at. An honor killing. So this one's specifically about Safila Ahmed. I'll put the link in the description. So for the people that want to see that, and check it out.
Okay. Do you remember if Patricia worked at that time?
No, she did not.
What about Yasser? Did he work?
At that time, I don't believe he was working when they got married.
Okay. Did you remember him ever to work? And if so, what kind of work did he do?
The only time I remember him working is when he drove a taxi cab.
Okay. And the person we've been referring to, the man who drove a taxi cab, worked, do you see him here in the courtroom here today? Yaser Said.
I do.
Would you please identify him by an article of clothing he's wearing?
Blue suit.
What about the color of his tie?
It looks like it's black and brown. I can't really see that far.
Is he,
Somebody saying mask.
is he wearing a mask or a clear shield?
Everybody got a mask. How's that an identifier?
Your Honor, we ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Okay, so if you worked, he drove a cab.
I'm sorry?
You said if he worked, he drove a cab. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Patricia moves in with Yasser and his family, Mawson and Mary Said. At any point, does Patricia become pregnant?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and when is that?
I believe it's about 2 months after they were married.
So pretty quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be to her first child. Who's that?
Islam.
Okay. When did she become pregnant with Amina following Islam?
A year.
So a year later, Amina's born?
Right.
Okay, and then the baby, Sarah Said.
She was born a year after Amina.
So did Patricia have 3 babies, kind of all under 3 years old at one point?
Yes.
At any point, do Patricia and Yasser get their own home? Do they leave Mawson and Mary?
Yes.
Okay, and where do they go to live?
They lived in apartments.
Where were the apartments located?
It was around Euless or Bedford, somewhere in there.
Okay. Are you able to visit Patricia often?
Yes.
Okay. What about the girls? Can you visit them? Amina and Sarah. Can they visit you?
Can you give a little more detail into the question?
Yeah. Were Amina and Sarah able to come see their Aunt Connie? Were they able to spend the night with you? Were they able to stay with you?
They were never allowed to stay the night with me unless Patricia was present.
Okay. Why was that?
Unless you know. That's some speculation.
I'm not sure.
If you're objecting, will you stand up and make your legal objection?
Yes, ma'am. Speculation.
The witness has not answered.
Do you know why you
know? Answer if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. But that was the rule. The rule was that they could not come and stay with Aunt Connie unless Patricia was present. Was that the rule?
Right.
Okay. Did they move around a lot, Patricia Yasser and the girls in Islam?
They did.
Okay. Where did they move around?
Just around the DFW area.
Did you always know where they were going?
Until they got older.
Until they got older?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because Amina accused Yasser.
Extraneous offense, we have a running objection, they reproach the bench.
What's going on? Sidebar? They arguing? Yeah, look at all the different masks they got on. I've seen this one. I've seen something like this. The full face guard. I don't know what this is. It's just glasses, or she got a face guard too. It's probably the judge's orders.
All right, Mr. Lola, you had an objection?
We have numerous objections, Your Honor. First, we would ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard the last non-responsive answer of the witness.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please disregard the last statement made by the witness. It was non-responsive to the state's question and not relevant. Yes, Mr. Lola?
And we would further object, if this gets into the area of extraneous offenses, we'd like a running objection. We re-urge the motion to be made about extraneous offense.
Thank you. That's noted.
And we move for mistrial.
What? Already? They want a mistrial? Oh, fuck it. While we're here, I move for mistrial. Denied.
You move for mistrial.
That's denied. State may proceed.
They wish.
Okay, Connie. So I was asking about the many times that the family would meet. Yasser, Patricia, Islam, Amina, and Sarah. And you said that was often, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Without you going into the specific instances of when, you said they move around the DFW area. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you always know where they were moving to?
No.
Okay. Patricia, did Patricia have a lot of friends?
No.
Do you remember? No?
No, she didn't.
Okay. Outside of you as family, do you know if she was able to have a lot of people visit often?
No.
Okay. Without going into why, okay, Was there ever a time when Patricia and the kids came and lived with you?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the time when Patricia left Yasser?
Yes.
Okay. So it was Patricia, Islam, Amina, and Sarah?
Yes.
How long did they live with you?
Around 4 months.
And when was this? So dates. Don't tell me why they lived with you, but when was this? Would have been around 1998 or 1999?
Yes, around,
Does that sound familiar?
yes, 98.
At some point, did the girls leave and go back to their home? Did Patricia and the kids leave your home and go back to their home with Yaser?
Yes.
Was that common?
Yes.
Did Patricia leave on other occasions
Yes.
without going into the reasons why?
Yes, she did.
Okay? And where would Patricia go when she would leave Yaser's home, their home?
Family.
Did she ever try getting an apartment on her own?
She did.
Where was that apartment?
And you was,
Did the defendant know where that apartment was?
yes,
How long would Patricia be gone for? You said 4 months with you. On average, do you recall, would it be a short period of time that she come home, or would she be gone for several months?
short period of time.
Okay. Now, you said she would also go and live with family. Did she ever live with your mom?
Yes.
Is your mom still living?
No, she's not.
What's her name?
Patricia.
Same name.
Yes.
Outside of these times where Patricia would leave the Said house, would she come and visit you guys often? Would she come and stay with you guys? With her family? Would she spend a lot of time with her side of the family?
Yes.
Okay? Would she spend a lot of time with the Said side of the family?
Yes.
Who would she spend time with more? The Saids or your family?
With Yasser's family, the Saids.
Did Patricia work?
Yes.
Where did she work?
You want me to name all the places?
Sure, let's ask about in 2007. Where was she working then? Do you remember?
At Kroger.
Okay. What was she doing for Kroger?
She was stalking.
She was a stalker?
Yes.
Okay. Did Patricia ever go back to school or get a GED that you know of?
She didn't receive a GED, but she did take some classes.
Okay. You said, do I need to know about every job? Give me some examples of other work that Patricia would do. She was a stalker at Kroger. Where else did she work?
She worked at Burlington Coat Factory.
Burlington Coat Factory. Where else?
She worked at Walmart.
Okay.
She worked at a couple of different convenience stores.
Okay.
She worked at H-E-B.
Okay. Did she always hold down a job? Was she always working?
That's a hard question to answer.
Okay. If you can't answer it, then I'll move along. So, when we talk about the family moving and moving to different areas or coming to stay with family, coming to stay with you, Patricia maybe getting an apartment and her going back home, were there any times, or do you know of how, or the reasons why Patricia would go home?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be because of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Would he ask her to come home?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever personally observe him asking her to come home or demanding for her to come home?
Yes.
Okay, and was that when she was living with you with the kids?
Yes.
Okay, how often would he make those demands or have those calls? Or drive by?
He called every day, one call right after another.
Would y'all pick up the phone or let the phone ring?
We'd pick up the phone and hang it up.
Would he ever do any drive-bys?
Well, it depends on what time you're asking about.
What about the time that she came to live with you? 1998, 1999?
No, he didn't know where we were living.
Okay. If he did know where you were, or where she was, excuse me, Patricia and the girls and Islam, would he drive by to come and see them? Or ask them to come home?
Yes.
Okay. Would he make repeated phone calls?
Yes.
Now, did your mom end up having a house that Yasser didn't know about?
Yes.
And where was that house located?
In Duncanville.
Would that be a safe haven that Patricia could go to with kids?
Yes.
Would she go there?
Yes.
But she would eventually come home.
Right.
Well,
okay, going back to the girls, Amina and Sarah. Who was the oldest?
Amina.
Okay. And how old was Amina at the time of her death? Do you remember?
Yes, she was 18.
And how old was Sarah?
17.
Tell the jury a little bit about their personalities. What was Amina like?
Bubbly, happy, very smart. Great girl.
What did you say?
A great girl.
A great girl?
Yes.
Did she have a favorite color?
She did.
What was that?
Pink.
Pink?
Yes.
Was everything in pink?
She liked a lot of pink. Not everything was in pink.
A lot of pink, okay. And tell me about Sarah. What was her personality like?
She was headstrong, but she was happy as well. Very, very energetic. Very pretty.
Did Sarah like sports?
She did.
What kind of sports did she like?
Soccer.
Soccer?
Yes.
Were the girls good in school? Did they make good grades?
They made, yes, excellent grades.
Okay. And do you remember what school they were attending?
Louisville High School.
Okay. Did the girls have any future goals? Did they decide what they wanted to be career-wise?
Yeah, they both wanted to be doctors.
Did they want to go to college?
Yes.
And you said Amina was 18 and Sarah was 17 at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Maggio, I'm handing what's been marked as State's Exhibits 1 and 2. Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay. And who are you?
Amina and Sarah.
States 1 is Amina?
Yes.
And States 2 is Sarah?
Right.
And about how old would they have been in these photos?
18 and 17.
So Amina would have been 18?
Yes.
And Sarah would have been 17?
Right.
So this is how they looked right about the time of the murder?
Yes.
Okay. This time State offers 1 and 2.
We have no objection.
Okay. State's Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Sarah's wearing a Hollister shirt.
Yes.
Did they like Hollister?
They did.
They have a lot of clothes from Hollister?
Yes.
Young girls like to shop, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of like, I'm not really sure what the attorney's doing right now. Like, we know their ages. We've said it. I don't know. I mean, I guess they're trying to make her credible or something.
I'm also handing you State's Exhibit number 3. Who's in this photo?
Sarah and Amina.
Okay, so we have somebody here on the left and somebody here on the right. Can you identify both of those?
Yes. Sarah's on the left, Amina's on the right.
And they're wearing some type of hooded jacket.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that jacket? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, no.
Okay. But tell us what it looks like.
It has fur around the head.
Brown?
Immunizing?
Yeah, it was like really light brownish color.
They look identical, don't they?
Yes.
Identical twins. State offers, it's State Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Commissioner
State
Publish?
Exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commissioner
You
Publish?
may go. So long as it doesn't block my view.
Five photos. You also need to identify their autopsy ID photos, okay? I'll hand you with the marked as State Exhibit 5. Who's signing that for?
It's there.
Your Honor, State offers Stage 5 for record purposes.
No objection.
State Exhibit 5 is admitted for record purposes only.
Now handing you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 4. Who's
Doesn't mean that.
What exhibit number is that?
State Exhibit 4, Your Honor. State offers State Exhibit 4
Is she just showing regular pictures or like of them murdered or something?
for record purposes.
No objection.
State Exhibit 4 is admitted for record purposes.
Ms. Maggio, I want to talk to you about the days and circumstances leading up to their deaths. Okay?
Okay.
I know we've talked a little bit about the past, but now I want to focus in on the weeks leading up to their murders, January 1st of 2008. Okay? Do you recall getting information that Patricia and the girls were on the run?
Yes.
Okay? And from whom? Who called you?
Tizzy.
And who is Tissy?
Oh, Patricia, my sister.
Okay, that's her nickname?
Yes.
Do you remember about when she called you?
She called me on December 23rd.
Of 2007?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Go ahead.
Your Honor, this goes to the then existing state of mind of Patricia Owens, Patricia Said.
Doesn't matter.
Which
Doesn't
is
pay mine once.
it's an exception to hearsay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
And it's free.
It's hearsay.
That may be an exception, but I haven't heard anything about the defendant's state of mind or.
She's not asking about the
underlying
defendant's state of mind.
So-
She's asking about Patricia's state of mind.
Yes, Your Honor.
If I can speak. So the defendant's objection is sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. When Patricia called you, what was her demeanor like?
She was scared. She sounded real hyper, real nervous.
So she was excited?
Yes.
Did she talk to you for very long on the phone?
She did not.
Okay. So it seemed like urgency?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, you may.
Those are the pictures that they put up.
Where she was when she...
Objection to hearsay.
Do you know where she was when she called you?
Counsel, when there's an objection, wait for the court to make this one before you proceed. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Do you know where Patricia was when she called you? in this state, scared, hyper, nervous?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's okay. When do you next talk to Patricia? Without going into what you said, but when do you next make contact with her?
The same day, around 3 hours later.
What is her demeanor like then?
She's more relaxed.
Okay? At some point, Connie, between December 23rd and January 1st of 2008, are you contacted by the Louisville Police Department?
I was.
And what is that in reference to? Why did they call you?
There was a report made that Patricia and Amina was missing.
Was the person calling, the officer calling, trying to locate them?
Yes.
Did they ask you if you knew about their whereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know where they were?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you volunteer that information to the officers?
I did not.
And why was that?
I didn't want the officer to release that information to Yasser.
So you wanted to protect them?
I did.
Why did you want to protect them?
I was worried about Yasser knowing where they were.
Okay. At any point, let's say you got a call from Louisville PD, excuse me. Did the defendant, Yaser Said, ever call you asking where Patricia and the girls were?
I talked to Yasser, yes.
Okay. Did he call you asking where the girls and Patricia had gone?
Actually, Islam had called.
Okay. Did Islam put the defendant on the phone, or at some point did Yasser grab the phone and begin talking to you?
He did.
He did. What did he ask you when he got on the phone with you?
He asked if I knew where Patricia and the girls were.
And what date was this?
This was December 30th.
Okay. What did you tell him, Connie?
That I told him I didn't know where they were.
Was that the truth or a lie?
That was a lie.
Yeah. And when you're talking to Yaser Said, what was his demeanor like on the phone?
He was very calm.
What about Islam? What was his demeanor like?
He was calm as well.
So ultimately, you knew that Connie, you knew that Patricia and the girls were safe. They were just gone.
Yes.
And he is looking for them.
Yes.
When's the next time you talk to Patricia, Amina, or Sarah?
I talked to Amina on January 1st.
Okay? The day of the murder.
Yes.
Who calls who?
Amina calls me.
And what is Amina's demeanor in that moment? How was she acting?
Frantic.
Frantic. Was she talking fast?
Yes, she was.
Was she emotional?
Yes, she was.
And what did Amina tell you?
Objecting to hearsay.
Your Honor, I believe this is an exception to the hearsay requirement of cited evidence. And then existing state of mind.
Overruled.
What did Amina tell you?
She asked me if I knew that her mom went back to her dad.
And what'd you say?
I asked her to repeat because she was so frantic I couldn't understand what she said. So I asked her to repeat and I said, no, I didn't know.
Did she say anything else?
Yes, she did.
What did she say?
She said that her mom was wanting her to come back home. She didn't want to go back home. She'd rather be dead than ever go back there. And she asked me, what she should do.
She asked you what she should do?
Yes.
And what did you tell her, honey?
I told her to go to the Louisville Police Department, get a restraining order, and get it as far away as you can.
To your knowledge, did you think that Amina had returned home?
I did not think she would go back home.
Where was she when she called you?
She was at Eddie's house.
And who is Eddie?
Amina's boyfriend.
Do you call him Eddie?
I do.
Is his name Edgar?
I don't know, I just know about Eddie.
Okay. So she was at Eddie's house when she called you?
Yes.
You told her, don't go home. You told her, go to the police department and file a police report?
I did.
Okay. And what was the last thing Amina told you on the phone?
I heard you call.
When's the next time you heard from Amina?
That was it.
When did you hear that her and Sarah had been murdered?
That evening around, I guess it was around 9 o'clock in the evening, 8 o'clock, somewhere there.
And how were you notified?
Detective Henning called, and he told me.
Does Detective Henning work for Irving PD?
He does.
Do you remember where you were?
I was on my way to the Irving Police Department.
And why were you on your way there?
I received a call from Eric.
And who was Eric?
That was Sarah's boyfriend.
Okay. So from that call, you needed to contact the Irving, you were on your way to Irving Police Department?
Right.
Did you know at that point, when you're driving to Irving Police Department, that your two nieces had been murdered?
I absolutely did not.
What did you think had gone on?
Yes, sir. No.
Irrelevant or irrelevant? What the witness thought had gone on?
And speculation.
It's the same.
So based on your opinion, your thoughts, not anybody else's, what did you believe? Why were you going to Irving PD? What did you believe had happened?
Objection, same objection.
Rephrase your question.
Why were you going to Irving PD?
Because of what my sister told me on the phone.
Okay, and this is Patricia Tissy?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Patricia, what was her demeanor?
She was crying, very upset.
Was she emotional?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
Hearsay.
Hearsay. Brandy, I see the tag on Twitter.
Exception to hearsay under
That's pretty funny.
utterance or present sense impression or the existing state of mind. Under all three, fall.
Hearsay.
Under Rule 403, the court will sustain the defendant's objection.
What did you tell Patricia? Not what she told you, but what did you tell Patricia on the phone?
When she called, I asked her if Amina was with Yaser and Sarah.
Because you didn't know she was there, right?
Right.
Because Amina had just called you.
Right.
Okay? And what did you tell Tissy when you found out that she was there?
God damn it, Tissy.
Were you upset?
I was really, really, really mad.
Why were you mad?
Because of the 911 call.
I'll pass this.
This is a good time to take a lunch break. Give the jurors a head start. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for 1 hour. So please be back at 1:45. remember the court's instructions regarding discussing this case amongst yourself or anybody else, or doing any type of research?
All right, so I'm going to skip to when they come back, and we'll hear some more of the witness, and then, I don't know. Please don't dismiss my wrench. I wouldn't do that, me. Not yet. I'm just kidding. By the way, I made a general missing persons area on Discord. If you're not a part of Discord, you guys can join us on Discord. It's a little community. I haven't been that active, but I'd like to hopefully kind of start getting a little bit more active in there and stuff. But if you want a place outside of the live chat to hang out with us, you can do that. I think you should. Yeah. Been working on Discord for a long time, organizing the shit. So there's a general missing persons, but then we also have all these other missing persons, specific cases and trial stuff and all that. So if you have any good suggestions or whatever, just send it my way. We can make those things happen. I don't know, man. I need to get, I don't know. There's so much that I want to do. I kind of miss doing the pre-recorded videos. Sometimes it's very time consuming. It's easy sometimes for me to just launch a live because of the editing and all that stuff. But I need to try to, like, every now and then, I really want to try to make it a thing of, like, forcing myself to sit down, edit a short story, put something nice together, professional or whatever, try it, and start mixing those in. I've been saying that shit forever, but I would like to start doing that again. The shorter, well put together, mix some of those direct videos in. So let me skip a little bit past.
And she talks about her conversation, and I thought that was really one compelling part where she says, what did Amina say to you? And she said Amina was scared because her mom had gone back to Yasser after they had fled to Oklahoma and then come back. And then she said, I don't want to go back there. I would rather die than go back there. And I thought that was just really, and she was emotional when she's talking about that. So I think that was very powerful. Clearly they're trying to show that everyone was terrified of Yasser.
These girls were terrified. Patricia was terrified. I mean, they don't flee to Kansas and Oklahoma for no reason. I mean, there's
Discord is free. You can come on Discord for free. There is a members area, which honestly we haven't really been. I mean, it's me. I haven't really been talking much in there, but you can come in there for free. And reap pretty much all the benefits besides just the members like section. So it's just kind of a cool place. Ooh. Could be a potential chase. If the chase comes on, we're ending this stream. I'll just tell you right now. But we have to wait and see if it actually happens. Let's see. Yeah, we'll see. Because we already got past the opening statements. Yeah. Okay, Jazz sent me that. All right, so we'll wait and... Oh, nope. Foot bail. It's over. I told you, I wasn't feeling it tonight. In my senses, whatever that is. I'm so, like, I don't know, internally all over the place. So I almost don't even trust my senses on this chase thing. But I don't feel one today. I didn't feel one yesterday. I don't feel one today. I feel like I don't even want to say yet because I don't truly feel it yet. I feel like maybe Friday or the weekend. Like Saturday. Friday, Saturday, maybe. I don't even think tomorrow, honestly. Friday, Saturday. Something like that. Mysticism.
There's something that's led up to this. And then, of course, we heard opening statements this morning from the prosecution basically saying this is about power and control. And he was losing power and control over them, and he decided to kill them.
I was curious, though, about what the defense was going to be in this case, because you have Sarah, the youngest daughter, on a 911 call naming her killer, and she says it's her father, and he's the last one that was seen with him. He got dinner with him. They're in his cab, or a cab that might have been borrowed from a friend. But either way, it's in the cab that he was driving. So I was curious, and then when I saw the defense, really what they're trying to show is that this is some sort of anti-Muslim prosecution from the FBI. He talked about 9/11 and how Muslims were persecuted.
Right, Islamophobia
And all of that. And I was just curious to see. I couldn't see the jurors because I wasn't in there, but I would have been curious to see how that played out with the jury.
I mean, you know, we sat through Shamir Meravis. Billy Shamir was the guy accused of serial murder, so they got to try something, right? I mean, you know, what else can you try?
Well, and I did think it was interesting because for years we have heard from detectives that the last people that they thought saw Amina and Sarah were their two boyfriends, and that they interviewed them and they said, we saw the two boyfriends, no, the two boyfriends said, we saw Amina and Sarah in the taxi cab with their dad and we followed them to a certain point. But then we found out today that it wasn't the two boyfriends that were in the car that supposedly followed the two girls. It was the boyfriend and his dad.
It was Sarah's, no, it was Amina.
Sarah's boyfriend and his father. But we've always heard that it was the two boyfriends that were in the car and that they took statements from them.
Right.
So I did think that the defense raised a little bit of doubt of like, okay, why didn't they get this story straight after 12 years of who was actually in the vehicle that saw the girls? And I did think that was kind of an interesting point that the defense brought up.
You think they're going to try to claim that Yasser didn't really take the girls to dinner or something?
I think they're going to try to claim that there might have been other suspects because if you heard in opening statements, no one actually saw. They said that there were all these cameras.
Right, 16 surveillance
cameras.
And
no one can put Yaser Said at the actual. No one saw him there at the Omni Mandalay. But the last people that did see him were the two boyfriends supposedly. But now they said, well, the boyfriends were telling the truth because they both had said that they were the last ones to see him. But one of them wasn't in the vehicle. So they said, okay, why didn't you check their vehicle? Why didn't you ask for DNA from the boyfriend?
And they didn't search the car.
The car. There's a little bit of doubt that I could see, that they're trying to cast with the jury.
But it's going to be hard to get around that 911 call and trying to say that, because Sarah makes a call to 911 in which she says, her father killed them. So I guess they're going to try to claim some sort of junk science type thing, it sounds like.
Well, and then that Sarah was not coherent enough and was having some sort of delirium because she'd been shot 9 times and she couldn't.
Bro, that was crazy when he did that and flipped it on the girl that got shot 9 times. That she's having auditory hallucinations. I was like, damn, that's pretty low.
Thinking straight when she said it was her father. I think that's what they're going to try to show. We'll see.
I mean, that seems like a pretty, because when that 911 call gets played in court, I think it's going to be pretty powerful.
I think it's going to be very powerful. I mean, you and I have heard it. I've used it in several stories that we've done. It is horrifying to listen and extremely sad. And again, they're trying to show that these girls were terrified. The judge did exclude some evidence that the prosecution was hoping to get before the jury. Unless the door is open, they might not be able to use it. And that is some of Yaser Said's alleged prior acts leading up to the murders,
the sexual assault.
When the girls said that they had been sexually abused by him when he was younger, but then the prosecution said that they were coerced into dropping the charges and that he threatened Patricia, if you and the girls could go on with these charges, I'm going to kill you. But the judge excluded all of that at this point.
Yeah, my recollection was what she said, that they couldn't. It's not that they can't bring them up at all. It's just they can't get into the specifics of the allegations.
You can say that the sexual assault was
there were allegations,
but you can't say what they were about. And if you've seen those police reports, they are public, and it's very graphic what the girls say he did to them in those police reports, which I guess the jury may or may not hear.
Where do you think we're going next?
I think that they're going to try to play the 911 calls today. I would think that is their most compelling evidence. I don't think you want to go too far into the trial without hearing some of that.
Yeah, I feel like we'll hear from them today. It feels like it's moving kind of rapidly. Of course, the slow part, you and I both know, the slow part in all this is when they stop and do the medical examiner.
All right, so we're going to skip past now to when they come back. The 911 call, we listened to it. I don't know if that was the whole thing. We listened to it.
Everybody stop. Don't move. I'm sorry.
Bumping into everything here.
Where's Miss Marjo?
Or I passed the witness.
Okay. All right. Let's just with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. And Ms. Maggio, I'm Brad Lawler. If I ask you anything you don't understand, just tell me, we'll get cleared up. Okay? All right. Now, the first thing is, you and Patricia were sisters. How old apart were you?
13 months.
13 months?
Yes.
Is she the older or the younger?
Older.
Oh, okay. And what was y'all's maiden name?
Owens.
Owens, okay. And you talked about how Patricia got married to Yasser when she was 15 years of age.
Yes.
And did she get your parents' permission to do that?
Yes.
And likewise, you were how old when you got married?
I was 15.
13.
No, 15.
15?
Yes.
And did you get your parents' permission to marry your husband?
I did.
So that was nothing new. That was something that y'all did in your family, right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you and your sister were both 15 years of age. You decided to get married, and you asked for her permission, they gave permission, and then you got married.
Yes.
Okay? And now Patricia had first dated Yasser's older brother, Yaser. Is that correct? You know
Yes.
that? Yes?
Yes.
And turned out he had a girlfriend, so she switched her attention to Yasser and married him soon after.
Yes.
And to the best of your remembrance, they had dated about 2 months before they got married.
Yes.
Okay? Now, am I understanding you that the night this all happened, you got a call from iCkEdMeL, and that was Sarah's boyfriend?
Can you repeat that?
Yes, the night this all happened, you were on your way to Irving, and is that the first that you had heard about them being murdered?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, who was the first person you heard from to tell you the girls had been killed?
That the girls have been killed?
Yes.
Detective Henning.
Detective at Irving?
Yes.
And about what time of day was that, if you recall?
I think it was around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening.
Around 8 o'clock at night?
8 or 9, yes.
8 or 9,
Yes.
okay. And did you get a call from one of the boyfriends also?
I did.
And who was that?
Eric.
You sure it was Eric and not Eddie?
Yes.
And his last name is Panamino? Eric
I
Panamino?
don't know his last name.
And he was dating Sarah?
Right.
Okay. And what time did you get that call?
I got that call around 7, almost 8 o'clock.
7 or 8 o'clock that
Yes.
night? So
Yes.
before you heard from the Irving detective, you heard from Eric?
Right. Right.
And what did Eric tell you?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Well, did he tell you about the murder?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, you've had many meetings in preparation, many meetings with these prosecutors in preparation for your testimony here today. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say many.
You've had a few.
A couple.
Couple, okay. And you remember telling them that to your knowledge, and you were close to Patricia, were you not?
Yes.
Okay. All the way through this time, you've been close to your sister Patricia.
No.
Okay. Was there a period of time when you weren't close to her?
Yes.
When was that?
When I accused Yasser of sexual assault.
Have you approached the bench, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
It sounds a little bit muffled there. I think it does. I don't know.
Mr. Lawler? Can you give the court reporter,
What happened?
Lawler? Can you give the court reporter,
Sure. Ms. Maggio, I asked you the date you answered when they made an accusation of sexual assault. So that would have been in late 1997?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you familiar with the fact that they went down and swore out an affidavit saying they lied, that they didn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. That's a month later. And the Hill County DA never proceeded to trial on anything, never charged the defendant with anything.
Objection to counsel testifying.
Sustained.
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay? And you understand that a doctor examined the girls at the sheriff's office. A doctor, a medical doctor, who's trained in these type of things, and didn't find any evidence of sexual assault.
No, I didn't know that.
Okay? Now, you have told these prosecutors that Patricia was a drug addict and she was taking about 13 different drugs at the time. Right?
At the time of what?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. When was she a drug addict?
After her girls were killed.
No, this was before.
No.
Yes, ma'am. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
That's their nose. Right there.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to improper impeachment. This is not a sworn statement from the witness. It's improper to impeach her with our witness notes.
Mr. Lawler, was that a written statement made by this witness?
No, it is not. I'm using it for official recollection.
Well, you can't show her that statement. It wasn't made by her.
It was given to us in discovery by the state.
In addition, Your Honor, the witness did not say that she needed her memory to be refreshed. He is attempting to impeach her on a document that is not a sworn statement that she's made.
State's objection is sustained, so.
Well, when was she a drug addict? According to what you told these prosecutors, we were meeting with them on July 7th.
She started taking a lot of medications after her girls were killed.
But not before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So do you think when she was excited when she was talking to you, it might be because she was a drug addict?
No, because she's scared.
Okay. Did you have a pet nickname for Patricia?
Tizzy.
Tizzy?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Tizzy's a very good liar?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And that was back during the time, that been all the way, right?
I'm sorry?
That's been all the way through the relationship that you had with your sister?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. When?
When did she start lying?
Yeah.
Around 1997.
She didn't ever lie before then?
Well, I'm sure she did.
You're sure she did?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And speaking of lying, when the Louisville police called you and asked you if you'd been in contact with Patricia.
Yes, sir.
And they asked you if you knew where she was.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't tell them.
I didn't tell them where she, I told them I knew where she was, but I didn't tell them where she was.
Right. So you lied to them. You knew where she was, you lied to them.
I told them I knew where she was.
I'm sorry?
I told the police officer I knew where she was.
But you wouldn't tell him where?
Exactly.
Okay. And he asked.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you wouldn't tell him. You wouldn't give him the phone numbers of Patricia.
I wouldn't. I told him I'd contact her and she could call him.
If she wanted to.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now this business about who decided to come back to Daddy, who decided to come back to the home they had, you said it was all on Patricia. Wasn't any of it on Amina and Sarah?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't any of it on Amina and Sarah wanting to come home?
I wasn't there, sir. I wouldn't think so, but I wasn't there.
So you don't know who it was on?
From what Amina said.
Well, okay. Did Amina tell you that she was graduating that year and wanted to walk across the stage? And she was getting scholarship offers and she had to be home in order to get the scholarship offers in the mail?
Absolutely not.
She didn't tell you that?
She did not.
Okay. I wonder if she told anybody else that, you know?
I did not know that.
You do not know?
No.
We don't have any sworn statements from you about anything, do we?
No, sir.
Okay. And if Tizzy gave sworn statements that Yasser never harmed her or the children, that he was a wonderful father, you wouldn't know anything about that. This was after the allegation of sexual assault.
That would be on her, sir.
I'm sorry?
That would be on her.
That would be on her?
Yes, if she lied in a swore statement, that would be on her, not on me.
Okay. So you're saying that you don't know anything about that, or you do know about that?
I believe that she lied, yes, sir.
You know that she filed out a sworn statement?
When, sir?
You don't know about
Which time? For what?
Which time did she lie?
I know
I'm
she,
asking how many do you know about that she made out?
I know she, recanted the story of the assault. Back in '98.
I'm sorry?
She recanted the story about the sexual assault in '98. I'm not sure if she signed a sworn statement.
You don't know anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you read the affidavit that she swore out to the police? So you're saying Patricia wasn't taking any kind of drugs back during the time of all this event?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
Yes, sir.
That's different than saying nothing. Right? Not that you're aware of.
I didn't know of her taking any drugs, right?
Okay. You called CPS to report Patricia at one point, did you not?
I sure did.
You sure did. When was that?
That was in '98 when she went back to Yasser after the when they recanted the story.
Because no woman would go back to a man who's accused of molesting their daughters, right? And having them all live in the same house together for the next 10 years, right?
I called CPS because of the letter Amina wrote me before they went back to Yasser.
Okay? All right, that's all the questions we have. We'll pass it. Oh, wait.
Oh. Ask her. I forget to ask her. Yeah, get her. Fuck her, get her. Yeah. You hear the whispers.
Did you ever tell Patricia to go back to Yasser?
No.
No? Never?
No.
Never?
No, never.
Okay. How about in December of 2017? I'm sorry, in December of 2007, did you tell Patricia to go back to Yasser?
No.
So if you made a recorded statement where you told people you did do that, were you lying then or you lying now?
I'm not lying, sir.
So
I don't lie, sir.
This jury's played a recording of you telling people that you told Patricia to go back to Yasser.
No, that didn't happen, and
play it.
If that statement was made, it was a misunderstanding.
That's a misunderstanding by who?
Yeah, I understood the question wrong. I never said that.
You never
Drug
said
addict?
that. Okay. That's all the questions we had.
Play it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He was trying to press her. She's about to crack, too.
Why would you not tell Patricia to go back to Yasser? Why would that be something you wouldn't do?
Because I know what Yasser did to my sister. The youngest one.
Yeah, she's having a hard time. I guess they're trying to get her on the sister, and that the sister's a liar, which is the mother of the kids.
Going back to the recantation, there was an allegation of child sexual abuse.
Right.
And that was made by Amina and Sarah.
Yes.
How old were they?
9 and 10, I think. 8 and
Young.
9. Yes.
Okay. Not going into details of that, but you mentioned a letter. Who wrote you a letter?
Amina.
Okay. And that was after the recantation?
Right before.
Right before?
Yes.
Okay. And the letter indicated that she wanted to recant or she did not?
She did not.
Okay. Did it say that the letter that it was a lie, that she was forced to recant?
Yes, she did.
What'd you do with the letter?
I hid it in my closet.
And why did you hide it?
Because I didn't want Tissy to get hold of it, just in case she went back.
What happened to the letter?
I don't know, it disappeared.
Did the girls ultimately recant that child sexual abuse?
Yes.
And let's be clear for the record, Patricia left Yasser with the girls after the outcry of sexual abuse. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's when she came to live with you in 1998 and 1999.
Yes.
And then she went back to Yasser months later.
Yes.
Because of what? What was he doing?
He kept calling, harassing.
Knowledge, objection. Speculation.
Your Honor, the witness can answer his personal knowledge of this.
If she has personal knowledge.
If you have personal knowledge, you can answer the question.
Yes.
What was Yasser doing?
He was calling my phone all hours of the night. He followed me to the neighborhood I lived in. And he also went to the school.
Where the girls were in school?
I'm sorry?
He went to the girls' school?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did a case come out of that? Was there a case filed for retaliation because of him harassing you and Patricia? And
Yes.
the girls? Yes. Okay. And
Objection, running objection to this, Your Honor?
No,
and that case was based on threats that the defendant made
Yes.
to Patricia?
Yes.
And you have personal knowledge of that?
Yes.
Now, Patricia, you call her Tissy.
Yes.
She's your older sister.
Yes.
You love your older sister,
I do.
right?
Yes.
You're still in communication with her.
Yes.
Do you always agree with what Patricia does?
Absolutely not.
Do you agree with the way she handled a lot of things?
No, I do not.
Connie, you were asked about if you're a liar, if you're telling the truth here today, and you were asked why you didn't tell Louisville Police Department where Patricia was when they called you on the missing persons report. Why didn't you tell them where Patricia was?
Patricia was scared of Yasser. I didn't want the police officer to give Tissy's location. And she was 18. You could disappear when you're an adult. So.
You talking about Amina?
Yes.
Okay. Patricia was scared of Yasser, and you were scared of what he might do. Is that right?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
So this letter's just disappeared. You don't know what happened to it.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So the jury can't read it. Right?
Right.
Because it just disappeared after you hid it.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And you said that of your own personal knowledge, you know that he was calling on the phone all hours of the night and went to the girls' school.
Yes.
You know that of your own personal knowledge?
Yes.
You saw him at the school?
I did not.
You did not?
No.
So you don't know that. Somebody told you about that?
The school called.
Yeah. So somebody else told you about that?
Yes.
Okay. So that's hearsay. You don't know any personal, you don't have any personal knowledge about it. You didn't see it with your own eye.
I didn't see him there, no.
Okay? And you talk about this retaliation case. It was filed on the defendant. You know what happened to that case?
I do not.
You don't?
No.
Did you know that Patricia came in and signed an affidavit swearing under oath that the defendant had never touched her, never abused her, never violated her, didn't do anything to the children, didn't do anything. He was a wonderful father and husband to her. You know about that?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions we have.
Thank you. May this witness be released? Or does the state have more questions?
No questions at this time, but we ask that this witness be subject to recall.
Thank you, Ms. Margio. You are free to step down, but stay close in case the state order defense needs to call you, okay? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me say thank you to Tamara for the super chat earlier. Thank you for covering this face. Can't wait until the next chase too. Thank you. Jasmine, a member for 8 months. Amazing. It's been that long. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. That's a shame. Wait, are these allegations the defense successfully objected to on direct so that the allegations wouldn't come in if defense didn't mention them? I don't know. I tried asking about that. So let me see. So if they object to some allegation being brought up and are awarded that being excluded, it can't be discussed unless someone opens the door to hell. I added the hell part. So basically they're claiming defense objected to these allegations being testified about and they brought them up anyway. Let me see here. What we got? Who's next? Well, she came back? She came back again? Who's this guy? Sergeant. Friend of Amina. Teacher of Amina. Teacher is on there for a while. Boyfriend. Oh. I don't want to hear the police. Maybe Amina's friend. And then we'll skip to the boyfriend. That's a shame. Thank you again for the super chat. Yes, defense opened the doors themselves, I think. I think they did. Oh, The Price of Honor. That one on Amazon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Rogers, can you spell your first name for the court reporter?
Caitlin.
All right, and Rogers is normal spelling?
Yes.
All right. You want to spell it? Yeah. Okay, go ahead and spell it.
Rogers.
And Caitlin, did you know Amina Said?
I did.
All right, and when did you first meet Amina Said?
The fall of 2003.
The fall of 2003. What grade did you have been in?
8th grade.
8th grade, okay. And how did you guys meet?
We met in science class.
In science class. Did you become good friends?
Yes.
All right. And how long were y'all in school together?
We were in school together until the fall of 2005.
All right. And during from 2003 to 2005, were you guys close friends?
Yes, best friends.
Best friends. Okay. Did you hang out with anybody else around that time?
We had one other friend that we would hang out with often.
Okay. Emma Nutty?
Yes.
Is that right? All right. And then as best friends, did you guys hang out outside of school?
No.
Ever?
No.
Okay. But you would hang out with other girlfriends outside of school?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Did you and Amina go to the mall together?
No.
Did you go get your nails done?
No.
Did you do anything outside of school?
No.
Was Amina allowed to do anything outside of school?
No.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Hey, Jim.
Objection, I would call for hearsay.
Did you ever, when you would hang out with Amina, would it be in school and then a little bit after school?
Just during school.
Just during school. Why?
She was always picked up immediately after school.
Okay, and do you know who would pick her up?
Usually her dad.
Okay. Did you ever meet her father?
No.
Do you know what he looks like?
From pictures.
Okay, but not from personal knowledge?
No.
Okay. Did you ever meet mom?
No.
Did you ever go over to her house or apartment?
No.
Did she ever come over to yours?
Yeah.
No.
Did she take you home one time?
One time.
Okay. And was that out of character?
Yes.
Okay. Did she have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Do you know who that boyfriend was?
Joseph, or Jojo is what she called him.
Okay. Did he go to school with y'all?
No.
How, she told you about this boyfriend?
Yes.
All right. Did you ever meet him?
No.
Okay. Did she bring him around?
No.
Do you know if she went on dates with him?
No.
Okay. You don't know or she did not go on dates?
She did not go on dates with him.
Okay. How would you and she communicate outside of school?
One more time.
How would you and she communicate when you weren't in school?
We had a spiral notebook. We wrote notes to each other back and forth in.
Okay, and that's how you would, and in a spiral notebook, would you tell a lot?
Yes. Just pretty much any and everything that went on with our lives.
Okay, and it could get somewhat, I'm guessing, graphic, dreams and interests and such?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why she wasn't allowed to go on dates?
She wasn't supposed to have a boyfriend.
Okay. Do you know if, did she communicate to you that she was forbidden from having a boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And was she upset by this?
Yes.
Do you feel like she wanted to have a boyfriend?
Yes.
All right. And she wanted to go out on dates and go to the mall and do things?
Yes.
Okay. But during those 2 years when you're in 8th and 9th grade, she never did those with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Despite that, how was Amina's personality?
She was fun and bubbly and just a ray of sunshine.
Okay. How did she do in school?
She was very smart. Really good. Always got A's.
Okay. At some point during 2005, does she up and disappear?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
It was October, November 2005.
Okay, so during the fall of that school year of 2005. And by up and disappeared, was she at school one day and then not the next?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Did you try and contact her?
Yes, I emailed her.
Okay. Or did she email back?
Yes, it took a little while, but I eventually got an email back.
Okay. And where was she in school at that time when she emailed you back?
Louisville High School.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object at this time to hearsay. They've not established that how she can confirm that these emails are in fact from Amina. They've not discussed that form or any details of that communication. So under 404, under 801, 802, is inadmissible hearsay and is potentially also speculation without a proper proof from the state to confirm who these emails are coming from at that time.
Perhaps I didn't hear the question right, but did this witness email the complainant?
Well, Your Honor, we're not trying to get any emails into evidence. I'm sorry. We're not trying to get any emails into evidence. We're just establishing that she finally did communicate with Amina Said via email, and that's how they communicated after she left school in the Bedford area.
Can I respond, Your Honor?
All right, restrict your questioning to the email sent by the witness and not to contents of any email received by this witness.
Not to the contents?
Yes.
Okay.
Of any emails received by her from somebody else. That's
Sure.
hearsay.
Sure.
So
Okay.
the defense's objection is sustained in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So you would communicate with her via email, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also communicate via text or phone?
She had a phone. She got her phone back in our senior year, so fall of 2007, and we spoke on the phone one time, and then we texted a couple of times.
Okay, okay. So she presumably didn't have her phone for a while?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why?
It was taken away from her when...
Your Honor, again, I would object to speculation, and this again also goes to unverifiable hearsay. These would be statements that Amina made to her without any verification to support those allegations.
Your Honor, I can
So
move
hearsay
on.
and speculation.
I can move on.
That's sustained.
And just for clarification, what school did y'all go to together in 2003 to 2005?
we went to Harvard Junior High.
Harvard Junior High,
Mhm.
okay. And that was in the Bedford area?
Yes.
All right. And then in 2005, when she leaves and you find out that she's in Louisville, you're communicating electronically?
Yes.
Do you see her in person ever again?
No.
Okay. You don't go out to her, she does not come to you?
Mm-mm.
All right. Do you happen to hear from her, without going into what she said, do you happen to hear from her sometime in December of 2005?
Yes.
Do you recall the date?
No.
You don't recall the date, okay.
In 2005?
Yes.
No.
No, not off the top of your head?
Mhm.
Would it have been December of 2005?
Your Honor, objection. She said she does not recall the defense is leading this witness. If they have a way to refresh her memory, then that would be the proper procedure.
Sustained.
I'm laughing at the bot thing.
Do you recall your last communication with her?
I got my last email
Sorry, dude.
December 25th of 2007.
That, I'm so sorry. Same 2005. My apologies. I'm sorry to confuse everyone. So your last communication with her was in 2007.
Mm-hmm.
The last time you saw her was in 2005. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. And December, what date? Did you say?
25th, 2007.
So Christmas Day of 2007, you get a communication from her.
Yes.
Without going into that communication, what did she sound like in the email?
I would object, again, to hearsay. This calls for hearsay, even though they're not getting into the specific contents of it. She cannot reply or answer this question without relying on the hearsay within that email.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It was overall positive and hopeful.
Okay. And did you have any other communication with her after that?
No.
All right. And how did you come to find out about their murders?
Our mutual friend Emma called me on the 2nd of January 2008 and told me what had happened.
Miss Rogers, what do you do now?
I'm a junior high choir director.
Okay. And at what school?
U.S. Junior High.
Okay. And is that the junior high that you and Amina went to?
No, it's in the same school district.
Okay. All right. Just out of curiosity, do you recall Amina's email address?
I do not.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mrs. Rogers. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers, you said that in the fall of 03 you met Amina. When did she start dating JoJo Moreno?
I believe in the fall of 2004.
He did not attend the same school as you?
No.
What school did he attend?
I'm not sure.
Do you know how old he was at that time?
I do not recall.
And so you shared a lot of intimate detail, but you don't know anything about Moreno?
I don't remember his age. I do not recall his age or where he went to school.
Do you recall or did you ever hear from Amina regarding Edgar?
No.
Or Eddie?
No.
Is it your understanding that, did you ever communicate with JoJo after you and Amina lost contact?
No.
So you're best friends, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know anything about JoJo.
I know what she has told me about him in our notes back and forth.
You don't know, you've never met him?
No.
You never knew his age?
I might have at the time, but I don't recall now.
Was he the same age as you?
No.
Was he older?
Yes.
How much older?
A couple of years older, I believe.
A couple as in like 3 or a couple as in 4?
Probably, I think 2 or 3.
2 or 3 years old. But that's all you know about JoJo?
Yes.
And you don't know anything about her home life other than what she conveyed to you in the journal?
Yes.
You didn't actually experience any of their home life?
No.
So she was smart?
Yes.
Made good grades?
Absolutely.
She was happy?
Yes.
She was active while she was at school?
Yes.
And then when you received a message from her on December 25th, 2007, correct?
Yes.
You would describe the tone of that email as happy?
Hopeful, yes, positive.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else? Just a few questions, Your Honor. You do know about her home life because she told you about it, correct?
Pen.
Yes.
In fact, she told you about how she wasn't able to date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And couldn't have American boyfriends?
Yes.
Or boyfriends at all, for that matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you know Sarah Said?
Yes, through Amina.
Okay. And were you as close with Sarah Said as with Amina?
No.
Okay. Did the same rules apply to Sarah Said that went to Amina Said?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation and also beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Sustained.
And you did know about JoJo as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because you knew about what she told you in the journals about JoJo.
Yes.
Intimate details about JoJo.
Yes.
Because you and she would communicate like best friends, but in a different way. Is
Yes.
that correct? Was your relationship with Amina Said different than any other relationship with your girlfriends growing up?
Yes.
Was it more limited in what you could do with her?
Yes.
And was it more limited only on Amina's side of things?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You have
more questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Did she tell you?
I just thought they would have a little bit more. As far as this testimony, I thought there'd be more like, I don't know. Like, I spoke to her and threats of my father killing me, all this kind of stuff.
So at this time, Amina's 13. When she's dating JoJo, starts dating JoJo?
I believe she was closer to 14 or 15.
And he would have been 17?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she wanted to marry JoJo?
Yes.
So she's not allowed to have a boyfriend, right?
Yes.
But she has a boyfriend?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah, that goes on for a while, too.
Boyfriend.
Boyfriend.
Yes.
Another boyfriend, too?
Thank you.
There's 2 boyfriends? Let's see, hold on. I got the other one. I don't think I can do these anymore. Let's see. We got this one. Former boyfriend of Sarah. That goes on for a while. And then we got another one. Edgar Ruiz. Oh, former bodyguard. Oh, no, boyfriend. Boyfriend. And then it ends. Tula, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for covering this mail. Long time viewer, but rarely chat. Appreciate your candor and humor as well as your humility. Thanks. Peace. Thanks again. Appreciate the kind words. Just navigating through life and all the shit. Just managing. I'm not just managing. I'm doing pretty well, but yeah. Skip to the boyfriend. Skip to the boyfriend. You guys want to do the boyfriends? How long is? Let me see how much time we got. This teacher one, she goes on for a while too. We'll skip the teacher. Must be like the best testimony. Something comes up on the screen.
So scared right now, it's crazy. Okay, well, as you know, we're not allowed to date, and my dad is arranging our marriage. My dad said that I cannot put it off anymore, and I have to get married this year. That I cannot attend college without getting married. Again, Mrs. Hopkins, I'm confiding in you as a mother.
You guys want to hear the boyfriend?
Between us. Please, I know my dad, and I know when to act. Please. Okay, so Sarah and I have both decided that we do not hate heirs, but we do not want to live by the culture or marry men from over there, especially men we don't know or love. We have had each other's backs and have been dating. We don't know if it's love or infatuation, but point is, we want our chance. My dad began checking phone records, and he took my sister in the room and specifically threatened to, quote, hurt her very badly, close quote, if she didn't tell us what was going on.
No, don't say that.
When we were younger, he
Back
used to do things, and he started hinting at them again. Look, I could go on forever. He's simply made our lives a nightmare. He's one man, not God. Someone should be able to stop him. He can't torment us this way.
Tamika, Tamakami, so true. Former bodyguard. Yep, seen too much JD Trials.
He shouldn't. Anyways, we are running away, hopefully before the break ends. I know that he will search until he finds us, and he will, without any drama or doubt, kill us. I am worried for my mother, but she would tell him out of fear. We can't bring her, and I can only hope she doesn't get hurt. We love you, Miss Hopkins, and feel like you understand us. All that I'm asking you to do is go talk to all of mine, and especially Sarah's teachers, and tell them not to relay any information to my parents whatsoever, please. Also, is it illegal for Sarah to leave? She's only 17. How will we finish school? And can he track us from that? Should we change our names? Please help us out. Thank you so much for everything. Wish us luck. Again, Mrs. Hopkins, we will get the law involved. Again, Mrs. Hopkins, we will get the law involved, so please keep this between us. We need our chance to get settled, because when he goes to jail, his brothers will step in. If we have to think this through, you don't know how they think. Heck, I live with them and still don't understand it. Life goes on. And so, Mrs. Hopkins, after you gave this email to the people at your school, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you hear from Amina or Sarah after this?
No.
When did you come to find out about their murders?
On the news.
On the news.
Damn.
Okay. And you made sure that Irving PD or someone from the school had this email, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And in the body of this email, were these things that Sarah and Amina had talked to you before?
Yes.
Okay. So when they wrote you this, I'm assuming that she felt comfortable to write you this because you already knew.
Yes.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Ms. Hopkins.
Okay.
My name's
Oh, well.
Ms. Muse, and I represent Mr. Said. And I want to understand. You have been saying in direct testimony that Amina and Sarah have discussed these issues with you a number of times, correct?
Yes.
And as a teacher, you have a responsibility to notify CPS of abuse.
Take the teacher down now.
Well, in our chain of the command at the high school,
Can I finish my question?
I'm sorry, the chain of command at the high school.
Can I finish my question?
Ms. Hopkins.
Yes.
Wait till
I'm sorry.
counsel finishes with the question.
I'm sorry.
Got her there.
So do you have a duty to contact CPS about abuse as a teacher?
I had a chain of command that I had to go through to get CPS involved. The first step was to get this letter to the counselors. The counselors took care of all of the CPS people that came on campus.
I'm talking about prior discussions that you said you had prior to this email about abuse. You said that you guys had discussions all the time.
Yes.
About abuse?
No. About home life.
And what about the home life?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm sorry, objection to her standing while she's doing her cross-examination.
Okay, counsel, you remain seated.
Yes, I will remain seated.
Could you repeat? I'm sorry.
So you heard previously about alleged abuse in the home prior to receiving this email.
Yes.
And you never notified your chain of command, is that right?
No. And immediately after they talked to me, I was required by the building administrator to turn it over to the head counselor.
I'm not talking about when you received this email.
No, when they told me about their home life, and that word came up, I'm obligated under the rules of the LISD to contact the counselor. I would be removed from that situation, and the counselors would take over.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
For Amina and Sarah?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
Before, I want to say, it's been so long.
After the murders.
I'll just say probably in November. I'm sorry. It had to be in November.
Why don't we have any school records of that?
Objection, speculation.
Pressing the teacher. Damn. Teacher said it so.
Thank you, Judge.
Why are there no records?
Why are there no records of
I
that?
have no idea.
Schools keep records all the time, right?
Sound like some crumbly shit.
They are required under the law to keep records for 15 to 20 years. After that they can be destroyed. So when I turned this paperwork over, it went from my hands into administration's hands.
And that happened in the year of 2006 and 2007.
Yes.
And the alleged offense, the offense occurred in 2008. And so that's within 25 or 30 years of keeping records, right?
Yes, it probably is, but we went through a building construction at the high school, and records that were deemed not important.
Objection, non-responsive, Judge.
Sustained.
Yes or no?
I don't know.
And then in regards to, have you ever taught other Middle Eastern kids before?
Yes.
And what are they like?
Cancel.
Were their parents strict?
Don't answer that. Cancel. You can cancel. Don't say shit.
Relevant. They brought up Islamic culture, Middle Eastern culture.
You're racist, Islamophobic.
It is relevant to discuss whether other Middle Eastern families have strict parents.
State's objection is sustained. This is not relevant to what occurred in these two complainants' homes.
Saved by the judge.
As a teacher, you've taught a lot of students.
Yes.
And have you come across strict students or strict parents before?
Yes.
And have you come across students that complain that they're not allowed to do certain things because their parents say so?
Certainly.
And it's not uncommon for a parent to not want their child to date while they're studying in school, right?
That's not my decision.
As your experience as a teacher, for all these years, 30 years at Louisville High School, have you had situations where parents are strict?
Certainly.
They don't want their kids dating, they want their kids studying in school, right?
Yes.
They want their kids to be focused in AP classes, right?
Yes.
And do you know Eric and Edgar? Do you know the boyfriends of Amina and Sarah?
I knew their names. I did not know them personally.
Why didn't you know them personally? Did they not go to school at Louisville High School?
Those boys never came into my classroom.
They never came in your AP class, right?
No.
Because they were not advanced place students.
No.
What kind of students were they?
Objection, speculation. She just said she doesn't know them.
She's a teacher. So you never taught Edgar or Eric. Did you ever, did Amina and Sarah talk about them?
Not much.
So when they talked about their dad not letting them date, they've never really talked about Eric and Edgar?
No.
Did Amina talk about her other boyfriend?
No.
Named Joseph Moreno?
No. I didn't know what his name was. That came as a surprise. Their time in my classroom was what I focused on, and outside in the hall, that was somebody else's responsibility.
And so when Patricia came to speak to you about the grades, you said that their grades were falling and they asked their mom to come and speak to you. Is that right?
Yes.
What was your opinion of Patricia when you met her? As a teacher, did you think she was a supportive parent?
Objection relevant, Your Honor, as to her opinion as to the mother.
She's a teacher, and she met her, and I want to know if she thought it was a supportive parent that she came across.
Overruled.
Did she come across supportive when you met her?
Yes.
And did she explain anything like they were in fear of their lives and not meeting face to face with you?
No.
And this email that the state published to the jury, this was the only email in which you ever turned over to officials. Is that right?
No, there were others. At the end of the school year, I was required to give records on everything that I got from students and parents, put in a folder, and it was given to the administration.
But this is the only email that you gave to the police, the Irving PD. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't give them all the other emails?
No, ma'am.
Pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Latest witness.
Damn.
No objection from the state.
No objections from the defense.
Yeah, they were pressing the teacher, man. Damn. All right, so the boyfriend. We're gonna try
The state
to.
calls Eric
I'm a
Panamino.
little tired, but we'll try to push through this. It's kind of a lot, though. Will they take one little break? Can we do that? That's a long time, man. I don't know about all that. Yeah. Let me see what we got. Well, this part doesn't count. Stops like right there, I guess.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Will you pull the mic a little bit closer? Here.
Is that better?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Eric, will you please state your first and last name for the court, spelling your first and last name for the court report?
Eric Uriel Panamino, E-R-I-K, P-A-N-A-M-E-N-O.
Eric, how old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
Okay. Are you married?
No.
Do you have any kids?
No.
Do you work?
Yes.
Okay, what do you do for a living?
I unload trucks.
And do you know why you're here testifying here today?
Yes.
Okay. So so we'll get right to it. Eric, tell the jury how you came to know Sarah Said. Where did you first meet?
Kroger, first job I ever had.
How old were you?
About 16 to around 18, 17, I believe, when I first met them.
Okay.
They just started working there.
Who started working there?
Amina and Sarah both.
So you were working there before them?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do at Kroger? What was your job?
I was a grocery bagger.
What did Amina do?
She was a cashier.
What about Sarah?
She was also a cashier.
Did you also go to school with girls, Amina and Sarah?
Yes.
But you first met them at work?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
Louisville High School.
And were you in similar classes with Amina and Sarah?
No, they were smarter than I was.
So what kind of classes did they attend?
AP Biology, if I remember correctly, and a history class, tennis for Sarah, and I wasn't too familiar with Amina's schedule.
Okay. So you had a closer relationship with Sarah?
Yes.
At one point, did you guys start dating?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Amina introduced us.
Where did she introduce you?
Well, at work, because we couldn't let anybody know.
What do you mean by you couldn't let anybody know?
They told me that their father was not cool with them dating Americans, and I was like, okay. So we kept it a secret.
Okay. So Amina introduced you to Sarah at Kroger's?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Sarah you liked her, or did you tell Amina that you liked Sarah?
Excuse me, can we come to him?
What happened? Sidebar. All right, let's try to recoup whatever time we can make up. Oh, good. Saved a little time.
I told Amina.
Why was that?
I wasn't that good at talking to girls.
Okay.
And she was willing to help me out.
What did she say to you?
That she got my back.
She said, I got you, right?
Yeah.
I got you. So did she introduce you to her sister?
Yes.
Okay. And you said Sarah was a cashier?
Yes.
Was she a good cashier?
Not starting, but eventually.
Did you help her out?
Yes.
Yeah, boyfriend.
So you guys started dating?
Oh shit, where'd I go?
Yes.
Was it normal dating life? Were you able to take her out to get ice cream?
No.
Go to the movies?
No.
Why was that?
She didn't want her dad to find out. She stressed it a lot that if he did, something that would happen to me or something that would happen to her.
Okay. So how would you guys hang out? When did you guys hang out?
School bus to school in the mornings, between class periods, and 10 minutes before somebody picked her up after school. We communicated through cell phones, but we didn't really talk that much in person.
Okay. So everything was in secret?
Yes.
Were you ever able to go to her house?
No.
Did you ever see the defendant, Yaser Said?
I think I saw him once walking through the store. Other than that, I didn't try to meet him.
Because Sarah told you to stay away?
Yes.
Tell the jury a little bit about Sarah's personality.
Bubbly. She kind of seemed like a tomboy princess. Dressed very well, and I don't know, just had a kind heart. Like, she really tried to help people out. I don't know if it was just how she was, or because it's what she liked to do, but she helped me out too, so. She was really nice.
Did you love Sarah, Eric?
Yes.
Did y'all make promises to each other
Yes.
about your futures together?
Yes.
What were some of those promises?
Yeah.
She said she was going to go to college. I said I was going to do my best. Hopefully down the road we have kids. I said I wanted a girl. She said she wanted that. But we talked about going to the same college. So she wanted me to get my grades up so I could join her.
Y'all gonna get married?
Yes.
Did you get to have a relationship with her sister Amina?
We talked a little bit, but we really didn't hang out. I mean, there was no time or the place. But the first few times I did actually talk to her, she seemed like a real big sister looking out for her little ones. And she was always trying to offer me advice too, so.
Were you and Amina the same age?
Yeah.
So y'all were in the same grade?
Yes, I was a senior.
And Sarah was a year younger?
Yes.
Tell the jury about Amina's personality.
I really didn't know her that well, but smart. Like, she was always making plans and stuff like that, and trying to figure out her future, you know. Even after, before all it's going to.
They were just me was asking. He got it on with both sisters. I think he said that he had spoken to one a little bit, but then the girl introduced him to Sarah. Was it that?
Headstrong, confident, kind and happy. That's what she seemed like to me.
You said Amina was headstrong?
Yeah.
So Sarah and Amina were a little different.
Yes.
At some point, after you made these promises with Sarah that y'all are gonna go to college and have a future together, was this ever communicated to her parents, Patricia or Yasser?
I don't know.
Okay. Was there ever a time where Patricia gave you guys a rating and was okay with you guys being married?
During the trip to Oklahoma, it was brought up. I wanted to try to get my own, but they offered. Because they knew what we were trying to do.
Oh.
And I want to talk to you about that trip to Oklahoma. Whose plan was it to leave?
Amina's.
Amina's.
Wow.
She's a planner?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you get involved in the trip? Were you asked to go?
No. I wanted her to go. I didn't want to leave her.
You don't want to leave Sarah?
Yeah. Yes.
Was Patricia always part of the plan? Was she set to go with you guys as well?
I don't know when they talked to her, but she was part of it, yes.
And who else was part of the plan to leave?
Amina, Edgar, Sarah, and I, and Patricia.
Now, who is Edgar?
He was the guy that was dating Amina.
Did you know Edgar prior to you leaving to go to Oklahoma?
No.
So you just met him for the first time when all of you decided to leave?
Yeah.
Was Edgar your age or older?
He was older than I was.
So it's Amina, you, Sarah, Edgar, and Patricia.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did y'all leave in one vehicle?
Yes.
Who was driving? Do you recall?
Edgar?
Did you leave in Edgar's car?
Yes.
Was it Edgar's truck?
I think it was his or his parents.
Okay. Possibly his dad's?
Possibly.
Where did you go?
First we went to Kansas, tried out the group, figured things out, and then we went to Oklahoma.
Why did you guys go to Kansas? Did Patricia have family in Kansas?
Yes.
Did y'all stay there very long?
No.
Why is that?
I think he thought if we kept moving, it'd be hard to find us.
So where did you go after you left Kansas?
Oklahoma.
Any particular reason that you went to Oklahoma?
think Amina didn't want to get too far. I think she figured it was like, if we go too far, then he'll just keep searching, but if we stay close, we might be able to keep an eye on him. Or one of those situations where, least suspected kind of places. Because it was close to Texas, so we assumed he wouldn't think that that's where we went to stay over.
Okay. Where in Oklahoma did you go?
I think Oklahoma City.
Okay. Are you sure?
No.
Okay. But you know you were in Oklahoma?
Yes.
And what was the plan? You're 18 at the time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Nina's 18?
Yes.
Sarah's a minor, she's 17.
Yes.
Edgar, do you know how old he was?
19?
19. And you have Patricia.
Yes.
What is the plan when you all get to Oklahoma? What are you to do?
Well, find a place to stay, get jobs, and hopefully put both of them back in school so they can go help people out.
What do you mean by go help people out?
They were trying to be doctors.
That was your dream?
Yes.
So your motivation is to go to Oklahoma, get a job, and support Sarah so she can pursue her dreams?
Yes.
Were your parents okay with you leaving?
They trusted my judgment, but they hoped for the best. But no, they weren't too supportive of it. But they did offer me some money and people to call in case I need help, like other family members.
So did you find jobs?
No.
Did you find a place to stay?
Yes.
Okay. Was it an apartment?
Yes.
How many bedrooms?
I think 2.
Was there a lease on?
Yes.
Did you get furniture?
A table and a bed and a TV. I think that's about it.
And when you all left, do you remember about what date it was, what time it was?
No.
Okay. When you left to go to Kansas into Oklahoma?
No.
Okay. Do you recall if it was around holiday time?
It was before Christmas.
Okay. Did the defendant, Yaser Said, know that you all had left? Did Amina, Sarah, and Patricia tell
Objection,
them?
speculation.
Sustained.
Eric, do you know the reason why you all left?
Yes.
Who was that?
Amina gathered all of Edgar and Sarah and I together and said that her dad pulled a gun on her and she was afraid that he was going to kill her.
And that frightened her enough for you all to leave?
That scared me too.
Okay. Did you keep phones on you while you were gone?
No.
Why is that?
We seen movies, tracking, we were young, we didn't want to be found, so we got rid of it.
So you saw this on movies?
Yes.
You didn't want to be tracked. Who didn't you want to be tracked by?
Her dad's family side.
Her dad?
Yes.
Objection, leading. Answer the question for dad's family side.
At some point, Eric, do you all decide to come home?
It wasn't a group decision.
Tell the jury about that.
It wasn't a group decision. I think Sarah kind of wanted to try to fix things, and Patricia convinced us all to go back thinking that it would be safe.
How did you feel about that?
I didn't have an opinion of it. I was like, I didn't know. I didn't have an opinion of it, whether it was good or bad. I was just hoping that it would turn out right.
So you were hoping for the best?
Yes.
When you got back to Louisville, did you stay with Sarah or did you guys separate?
We separated.
Where did she go and where did you go?
I went to my house, and Sarah went to her house.
Did y'all remain in contact?
We tried, yes.
Did you get a new phone, or how did you remain in contact?
I got my mom's phone. She had an extra.
Do you remember about when you came back?
No.
Do you remember how long you were gone? A few days, a few weeks?
I want to say like 4 days.
So you said you got your mom's phone,
Yes,
and you began communicating back with Sarah.
yes.
Did everything seem like it was all right?
The fact that I was able to communicate with her and her dad knowing, I thought everything was. But as soon as Amina went back, that's when everything changed.
Well, let me ask you this. Had you been able to communicate freely with her prior to this, where her dad knew?
No.
Because everything was in secret.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden, you come home, she comes home, and now it's okay.
Yes.
It's okay for you to communicate with Sarah.
Yes.
And the defendant knows.
Yes.
So you think it's okay.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned Amina. So Amina didn't go home immediately like Sarah?
Yes, she did not go home.
Where was Amina?
She stayed with Edgar.
She stayed with Edgar.
Yes.
At Edgar's home?
Yes.
And answer this if you know, okay? Do you know if Amina wanted to return home?
I do not know.
Okay. At some point, do you find out that Amina returned home?
Objection. Meeting.
At some point, do you find out if Amina returned home?
No.
When's the next time you ever hear or see Amina and Sarah?
I don't.
What was the last conversation or the last time you saw Sarah?
It was just small texts at night telling that we miss each other. But that was pretty much it.
How did you come to find out about the murder of Amina Said and Sarah Said?
My cousin's house is right across the street from them. So I saw the cops there. And it pretty much just gets from there that something had happened. I went to Edgar's house, and then we went to the police station, and that's when they told me. That they were gone.
Did you go to the police station with Edgar?
Yes.
Does the state got any more questions?
Were you questioned by anybody at the police station, Irving PD?
No.
Okay. Now, Eric, there was some question and dispute about whether or not you had seen the girls prior to the murders. I think we've established that now. You said the last time you saw them was with the texting on the cell phone.
Yes.
To be clear on the record, were you ever in a car with Edgar where you saw the girls in the cab with Yaser Said?
No.
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 So that was not you?
That was not me.
Did you tell the police that?
I didn't even talk to them really after they told me that she died.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you all want a break?
I really wonder how the defense is going to handle this. And I was sent this post by the boyfriend, and it says, for those who know me well, you know I got issues, and some of you know why. If you're watching the live stream of the trial, then you know I'm all right, just tough. Justice will be served. There's a post that he made.
At this time, 15-minute break, or do you want to file through cross-examination? You want a break? Does anybody want a break? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Long. Oh, did somebody raise their hand? You might have raised it? Okay. Let's take a 15-minute break. Let's be back at 3 o'clock.
All right, so let's skip a little forward. Voices.
Y'all need to see this? Stephanie, would you close that door, please?
Okay.
You stay when you do it, come in.
Moscato. I'm trying to work on the word banning thing. It's kind of annoying because I like to get the bots out, you know, those adult bots. I'd like for the bot to be able to recognize them and take those things out. Doesn't seem to work though. Oh, Four Loco. Oh my gosh. Before Locos, like the stuff that's out now, it is like strong, but the stuff back in the day, it had some shit in there that I think they had to reformulate the product, and like it was like banned temporarily or something. I remember back then, like people were taking like 1 or 2 and passing out for Locos.
Y'all need to see it. Okay.
You don't want to know what Four Loco is.
It's on the witness stand, being examined by the state. The state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, I passed the witness.
Okay. You're ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Mr. Palomino. My name is Miss Muse, and I have a few questions, okay? And I know this is a tough topic for you, and I apologize in advance for any questions that may hurt your feelings or upset you, okay? But I do have some questions that may go there, all right? First off, you described a relationship with Sarah, and you said that y'all were planning on getting married, correct?
Yes.
So y'all were having a sexual relationship at that time, is that right?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor, and improper character evidence.
Sustained.
Judge, can we approach the bench?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, they probably were, obviously, right? But where is it going, though? Where's it taking it to? Four Locos. It's just crazy, man. Four Locos is a line of alcoholic beverage sold by Fusion Projects. The Four Loco recipe formerly included caffeine. Four Loko company, the most popular beverage, debuted in the United States in 2005. Blah, 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 blah. After the beverage was banned in several states, a product reintroduction in December 2010 removed caffeine, taurine, guarana, or whatever, and the malt beverage is no longer marketed as an energy drink. Shit was dope. Thanks, Shar. Appreciate that. Drinking days, nasty hangover with that shit too, I think.
All right. So let me Ask the question again. Were you and Sarah having sex?
Yes.
And when it comes to your relationship, when y'all met, you said y'all worked at Kroger together. Did Patricia work at Kroger as well?
Yes.
So when you saw Yasser at Kroger the one time, there weren't any issues, right?
Yes.
There were issues or there were not?
No, I did not have issues with him. He did not have issues with me.
And he didn't have any issues with anybody in the store, is that right?
Yes.
He was just at the store where his wife and his 2 daughters work.
Yes.
And that was the one time you saw him at that Kroger, the whole time you worked there with Sarah.
Yes.
In regards to having sexual relationships with other girls, did you have any sex with other girls before?
Objection, relevance, and this is outside the scope of what was discussed earlier, Judge.
Your Honor, I want to get into his experience with teenage girls and whether their parents had any problems with them having sex with a guy.
Your Honor, we have an agreement.
So, pronounce your last name for me so I don't know.
Anamino?
Panamino. How did you meet Edgar?
I think we were talking to, it was when we had the group meeting of when Amina told us that her dad pulled a gun on her. That was pretty much the first time that I met Edgar because we did it at his home. We talked about the plan of leaving.
Okay, so let's go into that day. How did you end up getting, you said you were at Edgar's home and
Yes.
had this plan?
Yes.
And how did you get to Edgar's home? Who
I
drove
walked.
you? Your mom?
I walked.
You walked. And who told you to go over there?
If I remember correctly, I received a text from Edgar, random number, and explaining
Explaining what?
that we were having a meeting and who was going to be there.
Did he explain to you who he was?
Yes.
And he gave you his address and you just had your mom, or you walked over there?
Yes.
And that was the first time you met him?
Yes.
And at that meeting, what day was that?
I don't know.
Around what day? Was it in 2007, 2006, 2000?
2007 before Christmas,
How many days before Christmas do you recall?
probably 2 weeks.
And was Patricia present?
No.
And who was present in the home when y'all planned the getaway?
Edgar, Amina, I, and Sarah.
And
Oh, Streamline's working. Hey!
Edgar and Amina, you said, had a relationship with one another. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Joseph Moreno's name ever come up in any conversations that you had with Sarah or Amina or Edgar?
I don't know.
You don't,
I can't say that because I don't remember,
you don't remember ever hearing about a Joseph Moreno, Jojo?
but I don't even know who that is.
Okay. Did you ever ask Sarah and Amina why they moved to Louisville from Bedford?
I did not ask.
Got it. Success.
What did you, you said that Sarah and you would talk here and there at school,
Yes.
and that's the extent of your dating relationship, is that right?
Yes.
At that age, was it normal for people to go to each other's homes and have sexual relations with each other when their parents know about it?
Yes.
I don't know.
Objection, relevance.
Hello?
Same objection.
What?
Sustained.
You said that you were told that Yasser didn't want his daughters dating American guys.
Yes.
Did anybody ever say specifically, like, Yasser didn't want his daughters dating guys that weren't into education in school?
No.
Did Amina and Sarah ever present that school was very important to Yasser? and then completing school and becoming something of themselves?
No.
And so the only explanation that you know is that they didn't,
much.
Yasser didn't want them dating American boys. Is that your understanding?
That's what Sarah told me.
And Yasser never said anything like that to you, right?
I never talked to him.
He never approached you or threatened you with a gun?
He didn't know who I was.
Throughout the Irving police report, there's statements that you know, he was threatening about y'all's relationship. So that's not true, right?
It was true, considering that he would make continuous threats, whether it didn't matter to them or him, who it was, as long as they were American, he wouldn't approve of it.
Did you ever hear him make these threats over a telephone call or anything?
No.
Recording?
I was only told this by Sarah.
And Amina and Sarah both had cell phones at one point, is that right?
Yes.
And they never called 911 about their father, is that right?
I don't know.
They never told you that they called the police on their father, is that right?
Yes.
And you have never seen any bruises on them when you were around them, is that right?
Yes.
And you never saw any cuts on Amina or Sarah the times that you saw them, is that right?
Yes.
Let's talk about now. Y'all made the plan to go to First Kansas, is that right?
Yes.
And y'all were going to Kansas to do what? Somebody's house? I heard a mobile home was involved. Do you know whose home y'all went to?
Patricia's family members.
Did you get to meet them?
I shook their hands. That's about it.
And so when y'all went to Kansas, everybody met Patricia's family members, but then the girls didn't want to stay there, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't they want to stay there?
They didn't feel safe
Because why?
because they felt that any place that's connected to her dad in some form or fashion, or he knows of it, could mean that they'll be found and taken back.
So I went through a lot of evidence from Irving police in this case that doesn't ever say that. And they've spoken to you a few times, is that right? Irving police?
No.
How many times did you speak to them?
Just that one time.
The one time
They told me that Sarah and Amina's dead.
when you were at the police station with Edgar,
Yes.
the night
Yes.
of the alleged offense, right?
Yes.
So in that statement to police, it explains, or there were explanations to the police that y'all left Kansas because they didn't like the mobile home and they didn't want to live inside the mobile home. Is that right? Or is that wrong when the police say that's the reason for leaving Kansas?
I don't know.
Your position is that because of safety reasons.
Yes.
Okay, and then after y'all left Kansas for that reason, y'all went off to Oklahoma, right?
Yes.
And y'all, they didn't know anybody in Oklahoma, neither did you.
Correct.
That's what you're saying right now.
Yes.
So Patricia doesn't have any family in Oklahoma at all.
That I know of, no. She does not have any debt.
Who got the apartment?
And we all contribute. But I think it was-
Financially?
Yes, financially we all
Who had what
contribute.
money? Who had how much money?
I can't remember the exact numbers, but I didn't really spend any money when I worked. And Edgar, I think he was doing pretty well, so we both pretty much put in everything we could, along with Amina and Sarah.
What did Edgar do for a living at that time?
I don't know.
But he was doing well. He had a lot of money.
I'm assuming because he had a house and his parents were taking care of him, that he was doing pretty okay.
And whose name was on the lease for the apartment in Oklahoma?
I don't know.
if the statement report says that. Did Patricia have a lot of cash with her at the time?
I don't know.
Did you see any cash?
No, I didn't see any. I was not focused on that as well.
So when y'all went shopping, who was paying for things, for furniture?
We shopped differently. Like, I went with Sarah, found things we needed.
And you paid for that furniture when you were with Sarah?
Yes.
And then Edgar and Amina, did they go together and go shopping?
I'm not really too sure.
Did you ever go shopping with them?
No.
So y'all purchased all the
I kinda
furniture
understood
for the home in Oklahoma, the apartment in Tulsa. And then all of a sudden, the girls wanted to leave? I'm not understanding how this came about.
Well, they didn't want to leave. More like we were convinced to leave, that it was going to be safe.
Amina's 18 years
Oh,
old,
shit.
right? And y'all have, everybody has plans.
These are-
Sarah has plans with you to get married. What's the point of going back if they have plans to be with you and Edgar?
I can only say that we were all scared of the future, the unknown. We were young. We didn't know what was going to happen next.
So then why would you go back? You've left into a different state. You've set up a home, like an apartment for your future wife. And then everybody goes back to the gentleman that they're alleging is such an abusive person and so scary. I'm not understanding where this disconnect is, and I need you to clear that up for me and the jury. If y'all are older, y'all are 18, 19 years old, right?
Yes.
And you don't want to go back somewhere. You don't have to. Am I right?
Yes.
So then, why? I'm not understanding. He never came back to tell anybody to come back. Is that correct?
Who?
Yasser. He never came to you guys in Oklahoma and said, come back home. Is that right?
No, he did not show up personally.
And nobody called to tell, he didn't call to tell you guys to come back home. Is that right?
I would say no.
In your statement, you said Patricia was the one that told them to
Yes.
go back. Yasser's not involved in any of this. I'm trying to clear that up. Is that right? Yasser has nothing to do with you guys going back to Louisville.
Can't be too sure of that. Because I feel like he was talking to Patricia, and that's why she convinced us
Right,
to
I'm
go
here.
back.
But you don't know that. Is that right?
I did not know that.
And Patricia was telling you guys she had no contact with them, with him. Is that right?
I don't know.
Let's go on to the ring. You said Patricia was the one that gave you guys a ring. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did she say where the ring came from?
I don't remember.
Now let's talk about some confusion in the police report about, you said the last time you saw Sarah and Amina was when you left and came back home to your parents.
Yes.
Throughout the Irving police report, various detectives and
Your Honor, I'm going to
officers.
object to hearsay, reading a document that's not admitted into evidence.
I'm not reading anything, Your Honor. I'm asking questions to clear up. So, if a detective informed us that you were in the car with Edgar when the girls were last seen
Lord Almighty.
in the taxi with Yasser, is that true or not true?
That's not true.
Why is it that that's what the explanation and story was before?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor. This is not the proper witness to be cross-examined on the detective's police report or what was put in there.
Sustained.
How many times you said you went to the police? One time?
Yes.
You spoke to a police officer?
Well, he spoke to me. I didn't
You
really
saw
say
face
much.
to face, right?
Yes.
Did you show your ID?
No.
How did he get your address, date of birth, and name if you didn't show him your ID? Did you give him that verbally?
No.
So your testimony is that you never saw the girls in the taxi with Yasser at any point the evening of the offense?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Here, I just have a few questions for you, okay? You were asked by defense counsel if you ever saw any bruises on Sarah. You said no. Is that correct?
Correct.
You were asked if the girls had ever called about any physical abuse. You said no to that? Is that
Correct.
Okay. But were you ever told about any other abuse?
Objection.
Your Honor, the door has been opened.
Did not open the door to any of that stuff. It was about the stuff during their relationship is what I asked questions about.
Your Honor,
You open the door. Now we can talk about it. I missed a little bit, but damn, like the lady was going in. Forward it a little bit. Skip forward.
Are you all right, Ms. Hope?
Mel after dark. Welcome.
I think I need a break for a moment.
Okay.
All those masks in there can stop you from coughing. Huh? Oh. Late night. I almost feel like doing that weird late night stuff with the I'd have to find good videos though. The Vice After Hours, After Dark. Hey Indigo, what's up? Welcome. Hola, good night. I was requested by multiple people to take a shot, so I took a little shot behind the scenes. Well, 2 people. I'm saying multiple. Like, 2 people. Do it now. Give in. Devil calls you. All right. Another one. Didn't have bad luck taking a shot on air, so I just do it behind the scenes. One of those strikes that I got was I popped a champagne bottle with you guys on stream, and we were watching I think a car chase or something, and I guess they said that I was enjoying or I was promoting, I don't know, violence or some shit. So I don't know if I had anything to do with that or not. But.
So Eric, you were asked by the defense of any physical abuse while you were dating Sarah. Did she tell you about any physical abuse? And you said no.
Correct.
Okay. You said you had never seen any bruises?
Correct.
Okay.
So I wonder why she never told him about that.
Did Sarah indicate to you that she was scared or fearful of her father?
Yes.
Maybe she just didn't want to
And
open up
fearful
about
of what?
She always thought something would happen. She made me promise multiple times that anything ever did happen to her, that I would keep going.
Oh, God.
She was fearful that she would be killed, correct?
Yes.
And she wanted you to continue to live your life.
Yes.
And who was she fearful that would kill her?
Her dad.
Now, Eric, I know you said you were not a good student. Did you have any activities in school? Were you involved in any activities?
I was in NGROTC.
ROTC?
Yes.
Did you later join the military?
Yes.
What branch?
Army.
Did you have an honorable discharge?
Yes.
How'd you get to work every day at Kroger?
It wasn't too far from my home, so I just walked.
Did you work a lot while in school?
Only after school.
About how many hours a week?
Around 20, maybe 16.
We still got another boyfriend to
And
go.
just to clarify,
Oh, I didn't finish.
your relationship with Sarah was secret,
Yes.
okay? At some point, this changes and it's all of a sudden okay for you to communicate with Sarah.
Yes.
When was that?
When we got back from Oklahoma.
You're all past the witness.
Thank you, Judge. I do have some questions.
Oh, do they do it all the time? I don't. For some reason, I don't think it's. I don't know. This is just my interpretation. I don't think it's the same. Like, let's say, like Rakia Law. You know, I'm not. I know what they do. Like, they're big, but like they're doing commentary pretty much the whole time. They're watching like trials and stuff, I guess, or whatever. I think it's just different when you're watching these controversial videos sometimes. And I don't even know that it was the chases more so than it was the Reddit videos. But something about it with one of them, they said like I was glorifying violence. Like I was like, and I didn't at all, but like I was encouraging her or some shit. It was just completely not true. And it was the same thing again. It happened like twice. And twice, I think there was like drinks or something. I know one time I was popping a bottle and I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't matter. It could get the video demonetized, which is this topic. It's like probably demonetized anyway. I don't know, man. I just see some people like they drinking right now. Vic said they're over there drinking right now. I don't know, man. I've seen some people just pour it in a cup or something. I don't know, man. Suspicious, man. I ain't fucking. I don't trust it. They could do that shit. I can't do that shit. I'm on a different set of rules, apparently. I don't know.
Mr. Panamino. Okay. First of all, thank you for your service. My husband's a Marine Corps veteran. And did you ever go get your GI Bill and get your education after your service?
I did a few degrees, nothing concrete.
She's trying to say, are you qualified? Oh.
Did you graduate with any degrees?
Oh.
HVAC degree.
So, vocational license?
Yes.
Very good. Did Sarah explain to you that the reason why her dad didn't want her dating somebody was because he wanted her to concentrate on school?
She said that he tried to get her married to several people from his homeland. I just assumed that was the reason why.
Did Patricia confirm that that happened?
I never asked.
So there's no confirmation that that statement's actually true. Is that right?
I don't know.
And you described Amina and Sarah kind of, you said headstrong.
Yes.
So I'm trying to understand, I'm Middle Eastern too, just like they were, okay? So headstrong is kind of like how some of the women in Middle Eastern culture are. Would you agree to that?
I never met any, so I don't know.
Relevance?
You never, Amina and Sarah. Amina and Sarah from what background?
Muslim American.
And that means their dad is from somewhere
In the Middle Eastern?
Middle Eastern. So that makes them half Middle Eastern, right?
Yes.
And Patricia is Caucasian
Yes.
from America?
Yes.
Okay. So you're telling, I just want to understand, you're telling me that two headstrong girls that had plans to marry their boyfriends got themselves an apartment in another state, just decided to go back home just because they thought things were going to be safe. That's your testimony today.
Yes.
And there's nothing, no emails or text messages from Mr. Yaser Said telling them to come home. Is that right?
Yes.
And he never came to Oklahoma to tell them to come back home.
Yes.
And he never called or threatened them and told them to come back home.
I don't know if he did call.
You never heard
I didn't
Sarah
hear
or
him,
Amina
no.
take a call like of that nature?
No.
And you never heard Patricia take a call of that nature?
No.
Ask the witness.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be released.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
Damn.
Thank you, Mr. Clement.
Might bring him back.
Please stay in touch with the state in case you decide once to recall you.
Pretty ballsy though for the defense to come on hard. Even blame the person that got shot 9 times, a girl.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Edgar Ruiz.
The other boyfriend. Damn, vicious woman sitting next to him too.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Damn, we've been on this shit 4 hours. Oh my
Thank
god.
you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Edgar, will you please state your first and last name for the record, spelling your first and last name for the court report?
My name is Edgar Ruiz, spelled E. E is an Echo, D is in David, E is in George, A is in Adam, R is in Romeo. Ruiz, R-U-I-Z,
And how old are you, Mr. Ruiz?
34.
Do you know why you're here testifying today?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and start. We'll tell the jury a little bit about how did you first come to meet Amina Said?
My parents used to have a home nearby that Herbert used to work at, and Amina and Sarah were the cashiers there.
Judge, I think we might need to change the mask.
Yes, I agree. Ms. Holt, would you please give him a clear mask?
Yes.
Oh, they let him take off his mask? Or was he double mask? Or is he switching the mask?
Okay, let's try that again.
My parents used to live nearby the Kroger where they used to work at, and both Sarah and Amina were cashiers there, and their mom was a manager.
So your parents lived nearby Kroger's,
Correct.
and Amina and Sarah were cashiers?
Correct.
Did you work at Kroger's?
No.
Okay, so how did you meet them?
My mom would send me to the grocery store to buy groceries, and one time I was checking out, and I was paying, and Amina helped me check out at the grocery store.
Okay. Did you tell her you liked her then?
No. I went back home and, got groceries I needed, and then ended up coming back for more groceries, and that's when I thought she was very pretty, and I asked her if I could have her phone number.
In fact, you asked your mom to see if she had more groceries to get,
Correct.
because you wanted to talk to Amina.
Correct.
Okay. So you go back to the grocery store and you meet Amina, and when do you start dating?
Within
probably a couple months. She told me she was not allowed to date American boys, so she didn't have a good relationship at home. So that her dad wouldn't allow her to date, so she couldn't date me.
Okay. Now, when is this? When did you meet this year?
Around July 2007.
July of 2007. You guys start dating when?
Probably within a month or two.
So maybe August?
Correct.
August of 2007, you began dating.
Yes.
Okay. And while you're dating, she's telling you this needs to be in secret?
Yes.
Okay. And she can't date?
Correct.
So, what did you guys do? Were you able to take her for ice cream? Were you able to take her to the movies? How would you see Amina?
Go chat.
She said that she really remembers saying her father was crazy, was obsessed about what she did and had to do, that he would pick the guy she was married, what kind of car she would drive, how much money she had in the bank, where she would go, because he wanted to control her lifestyle.
So did that mean that you could see her? Could you go to her house?
No, we never ever went to the movies. We never did anything that normal dating relationships.
So you could never take her on a proper date?
Not at all. We could not be seen together. We could not talk on the phone. We could not text. So the only time I would see her is when she signed up for a tennis class in school.
How would you see her then?
Well, she signed up for a tennis class. Her and Sarah were really smart and really loved sports, and they were really good with sports. And at some point, she decided to drop the class that she preferred if we start dating. So we see her, instead of going to that period of class, we will spend time together.
So she signed up for a tennis class, but that was really a cover-up because that was a way for her to see you and y'all to spend time.
Well, initially she had signed up for it because she wanted to be in sports and keep her health busy, because she expressed that her house, she felt like a dog. You know, her father constantly put his son to spy on her, so she felt that she could spend time in doing sports. It would give her some freedom.
Okay, so she initially signed up because she wanted to do tennis.
Correct.
And then she dropped it, and that's how you guys were able to spend time together.
There you go, yes.
How long would the class be?
About an hour, 25 minutes, whatever fourth period is,
Every day?
Monday to Friday.
At this time, are you a student at Louisville Louisville High School, excuse me?
No, I was in college.
You're in college. Where are you attending college at this time?
North Central Texas College in over by the Denton area.
What were you majoring in?
Just trying to get an associate's degree. Have a big career.
Do you know if Amina had dreams, future goals, career dreams?
Oh,
Absolutely.
shit.
She was a very smart girl. She was top 10% in her class. She had multiple scholarships. She was willing to drop all of them to pursue this relationship. But she really wanted to be a doctor. She had multiple careers that she wanted to be in. But she knew that her dad would follow her wherever she went.
This is non-responsive to the question asked, so we object to it.
Team Savage.
Sustained.
Okay, so, bright young lady.
Correct.
Now, were you able to have a relationship with Sarah? Did you get to meet her sister?
From distance, knew who she was, and say hi to her. That's about it.
How would you describe Amina's personality?
Very kind, loving, sweet, caring for others.
What about Sarah?
Same as well. They were very. She was very smart as well. Very caring. I know she was in the top 10 of her class as well.
She was always in the top 10% of her class?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, at some point, you leave, we're gonna get into that, with Sarah, Amina, Eric, and Patricia, and travel to Kansas, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Had you met Patricia before you all agreed to leave?
Yes.
Okay, when?
Around August, me introduced me to her mom at Kroger.
So Patricia worked at Kroger as well?
Correct.
Did Patricia know that you and Amina were in a relationship together?
Yes.
Did Yaser Said, the defendant, know that you and Amina were in a relationship together?
No.
And that was planned, right?
Correct.
To keep it secret?
Correct. For her safety. For Amina's safety.
For whose safety?
Amina's safety.
Amina's?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Had you ever met the defendant before?
No.
Now, going to the time when you planned to leave, whose decision was it to leave?
Amina.
Was she planning to have everybody go with her?
No.
What was the original plan?
The original plan was for her to leave by herself.
What did you tell her about that plan?
That she should consider her sister to go with her, because if something happened to her sister because she left her behind, she probably regret it in the future.
Did you tell her to consider anyone else to join her?
I did. I told her to consider their mom. You know, I was taught and raised that mothers give everything for their children. My mom has done that for me. And
Objection non-responsive.
and,
answer.
So I recommended her to bring her mom because I know if our relationship didn't work out, I know her mom would do everything to protect them.
So Amina wanted to leave by herself, and you said bring your mom, bring your sister.
Correct.
How did you get involved?
Amina told me about the plan to leave.
Napster. Hey!
Was concerned about her safety and told my dad or my parents if they'll help me out and with money or a car to run away with them.
Were your parents on board with this decision?
No.
Ultimately, did they come around and help you out?
Yes.
How did they help you out? What did they give you?
My dad in a Barbie
Livewire.
What kind of truck was it?
Ford F-150.
Ford F-150?
Mm-hmm. 2004.
Remember color?
Gray.
Did you get any money from them?
From my parents?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes. No money?
No.
Did you have money saved up?
No.
So you traveled with no money?
Well, Patricia or Nina had taken some money from Yasser's safe stash at the house.
So the Amina or Patricia had taken money from the defendant's stash house until you had cash?
Correct.
How much?
Anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000.
So now that you've convinced Amina to take her sister and her mother, it's now you and another young man by the name of Eric Panamino, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and who was Eric?
Eric was Sarah's boyfriend.
Did you know Eric previously, prior to this time?
No.
How would you describe Eric's personality?
Very humble, very caring, in love with Sarah, very innocent guy, very good person.
And so you two kind of meet for the first time during this plan?
Correct.
And what is exactly the plan? The four of you are going to leave, the five of you are going to leave and go where?
plan was to go to Oklahoma. I had some friends and family there that could help us find a house under an assumed name and try to create a new life in Oklahoma.
Are you gonna drop out of college and pursue this new life?
Yes,
And that was the plan.
that was the plan.
So tell us where you guys went first. You left in the F-150. Who was driving?
I was driving.
What did Patricia do with her car?
She left at my parents' garage.
Was that part of the plan?
Yes, so Yasser wouldn't see the car.
So that nobody could view the car, it was locked in your parents' garage.
Correct.
And your parents allowed that?
Yes.
You were driving, you, Eric, Sarah, Amina, and Patricia. Where do you go first?
We head up north. We were heading to Tulsa, Oklahoma, but we got diverted to Kansas.
Why did you go to Kansas?
Her Aunt Jill lives over there, or lived over there at the time.
Who's Aunt Jill?
Patricia's sister.
Did y'all stay overnight in Kansas?
I can't remember.
Did you ultimately leave Kansas?
Yes, we did.
Do you know why?
Yes, in a small town, no schools, no job opportunities, no careers. It's a very small town. We didn't like it there.
Everybody didn't like it?
Yes.
So you leave Kansas and where do you go?
Back to the original plan. Should go to Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Where you have family,
Correct.
okay? Do y'all rent an apartment?
Yes, we do.
Who leases the apartment?
I did.
Do you know how long you leased the apartment for?
The term of the contract?
Yes.
I do not remember. I have a copy of the contract.
You took a photo of the contract with your phone, is that right?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Mr. Ruiz, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 8. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
And what is it without going?
What the?
It's the contract for the apartment in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And that is the contract that you signed?
Correct.
And that's the photo that you took?
Yes.
And you provided this photo?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers State's Exhibit 8.
Thank you. May I review it, Judge? No.
Yo, I'm barely hanging on by a thread, but I'm hanging on. We're almost. Shit. Almost there. I think we're almost there. It's like 10 minutes, right? I don't know. Yeah, something like that. But I don't think they finished them. I think it goes into day 2. I don't know.
Objections.
I'm kind of getting lit. Need to get off this shit.
Exhibit number 8 is admitted for all purposes.
So we're going to go through this.
Seriously, me
So, Mr.
too.
Ruiz, remind me, how long was the lease term for?
I don't remember.
Were you expecting to stay out there in Oklahoma?
Yes.
For how long?
Typically, these are a year, so at least a year.
Were you planning to get jobs?
Yes.
Did you look for a job?
Yes.
Was everybody going to work?
Yes. That was the plan. Everybody would work and contribute to rent and bills.
Do you remember if it was a 1-bedroom apartment or a 2-bedroom apartment?
I do not remember.
Okay. So how long did you all stay in Tulsa at that apartment?
Probably like 3 or 4 days.
Why so short of a time if you're planning to stay, get jobs, contribute?
I had to come back to Dallas.
So you personally had to come back?
Correct.
Did you leave Patricia, Eric, Sarah, and Amina in Tulsa?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you have to come back?
A family event,
What kind of family event?
New Year's Eve event party.
So like a family party?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How did you get home if you had your truck there and that was the only mode of transportation?
My parents went to pick me up.
So your parents drove from your house to Tulsa to pick you up?
My parents drove from their house to Tulsa.
I don't look tired.
In Lisbon.
Okay.
Really?
And they picked you up in a different car
Yes.
and they allowed you to leave your father's F-150 with Patricia, Eric, Sarah, and Amina. Why did they do that?
Yeah, wait.
Because we wanted to help them that if in case they needed to move on as a move of transportation, they had a car available.
So you leave with your parents
Yes.
and you go home. Do you know what date that is?
It was that Saturday, so I want to say it was like December 30th or 29th. That Saturday of December 2007.
And just for the record, just to make sure we establish when you left, what day did you leave to travel to Tulsa? When you went to Kansas first, then got the apartment. What day did y'all leave?
Can you repeat the question?
What day did you leave Louisville?
On the 24th.
You think it was 24?
Yes.
Okay.
Cheeks.
And you believe on the 29th or 30th, you returned home?
Yes, that Saturday.
Did you ask for Amina to join you?
I did.
Why?
I want her to go to the family celebration with me.
Will you restate that again?
I wanted her to go to my family celebration with me.
Were you allowed to take Amina?
No,
Why not?
we were concerned for her safety.
Did Patricia convince you to have her stay?
I'm sorry?
Did Patricia convince you to have her stay to make sure she's safe?
Yes.
At some point, did things change?
Yes.
Did they decide to come home?
Correct.
Tell the jury about that.
I came home that Saturday, and then the next morning, I get a text from Amina saying that they're coming back, everybody's coming back, that everything's okay, that they were coming back. I found it very strange. Why would they be coming back? When Patricia had not allowed Amina to come the night before with me because of concerns of safety for her. So they ended up all getting in the car on that Sunday and driving back to Dallas.
Okay, so the very next day, you get a text from Amina, everything's okay, we're coming back.
Yes.
What did you understand everything's okay to mean?
That we were told by Patricia that she had some errands to run, she had to visit her mom's grave, she had to go to visit the post office.
Okay. Did you believe that Patricia and the girls were returning to their home that they shared with Yaser Said, the defendant?
No.
Okay. So you're thinking they were just coming back to Louisville?
Correct.
When do you find out that Patricia and Sarah have indeed returned to the house?
That Sunday evening around 7 or 8:30.
Are they back in Louisville?
Correct, they arrived at my parents' house.
Okay. Who arrives there?
Eric, Sarah, Amina, and Patricia.
And why did they come to your parents' house?
Because they were coming to drop off my dad's truck.
And get Patricia's car from the garage?
Correct. Patricia had mentioned she was going to go see her sister as well.
So at this point, you still don't know that they're returning to the defendant's home?
Correct.
When do you find that out?
The next morning, there was a text from Amina. There was a text from Sarah to Amina saying that she should call.
Jesus Christ.
It's
almost over. I could speed it up a little bit. It's almost over. I'm telling you, I'm barely hanging on. I think it's like over though. I don't think his testimony even finished on day one. I think it probably continued to day two. But like fuck, like You can't hear him?
Her mom, Patricia.
Okay, so let's just make sure that's clear for the record. So Eric, Sarah, Amina, and Patricia return with your dad's F-150.
Correct.
They then get in Patricia's car.
Yes.
You believe that they're not returning to Yaser Said.
Correct, because Patricia said she was going to go see her sister, run some errands, go to the post office, and visit her mom's grave, which seemed odd because her mom had died 5 years prior.
End it.
No contact 10 years prior.
Everybody's saying end it. You guys want to end this shit?
Suspicious.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you're saying that there's a text for Amina to return home. So that means that Amina stayed with you?
Yes.
Okay. So Sarah, Eric, and Patricia leave in Patricia's car.
No, Eric just went home. Eric went home, and then Patricia and Sarah left together.
So Eric walked?
I don't remember.
Okay. But Patricia and Sarah left in her car together.
Correct.
And Amina stayed with you at your parents' home.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're into the very next day. Is that right?
Correct.
Now we're into Monday. Is that right?
Yes.
Which would be January 1st.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you received a text from Sarah?
Yes.
And the text is saying what?
To have me call mom.
Okay. Did you take a photo of this text message?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Willies, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 9. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is a text that I received on my cell phone from Sarah.
Okay. It looks to be the same text that you saw that day and you provided.
Yes. Yes, correct.
Continuing to defense counsel for inspection and state office.
I don't know if that's worse, like speeding it up.
Was this provided to us and discovered?
Yes.
I think I'm kind of done too, yo.
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe it's properly authenticated.
Or should we just forward to the? I don't even know if they get to the defense.
Because it's a photo and I don't know
Fast is
what
good.
this is. We don't have any information to authenticate where this text came from and who
Replay it,
sent
Chase. Shit.
And
Would you like to take this what he's on board now?
Yes,
He
Your Honor.
testified that the text was from Sarah.
I'll be over, right?
Would you like to take
Christ.
this on board now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In the presence of the jury?
Would you like to do it?
Am I getting messages now? Am I in trouble?
The law says so yes, I would like to.
Not only, you can order the witness after certain issues. It doesn't always have to be outside the presence of the jury, Ms. News.
I understand.
Okay. Would you like this outside the presence?
No.
Would you like to order in the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
To save time. So, Mr. Ruiz, there's information and testimony or information that was provided from the police that Sarah didn't have a cell phone. Where did this cell phone come from?
Do you have a question?
Where did Sarah's cell phone come from?
Yes,
Because she
replay.
didn't have a cell phone previous to you guys going to Oklahoma, so where did it come from?
Correct. They must have gotten it back whenever they went back to Yasser's house.
When was Sarah's cell phone taken away from her?
When we left on December 24th.
And who took it away?
Nobody took it away. We took the battery off and turned it off.
And then when she came home,
Yeah, I can't. All right. I think we're done, right? Bro. Let me just I can't even. Let me just play something about this. It's not funny or anything like that, but I don't even know why. Should I even play this shit? Like more morbid shit?
Kidnapper by chewing her way. We are tracking a shocking and disturbing story out of Alabama. A young girl abducted, then escapes her kidnapper by chewing her way out of her restraints. Her daring getaway from a mobile home leading to the gruesome discovery of 2 decomposing bodies. Correspondent Kelly Beeson joining us now. And Kelly, just so many chilling details in this case.
Yeah, Natasha, truly chilling. 37-year-old Jose Reyes is now facing a handful of charges, including kidnapping, multiple counts of capital murder, and abuse of a corpse. It's a real-life house of horrors in eastern Alabama. Disturbing details coming out today that Jose Reyes smothered his girlfriend Sandra Vasquez Ceja with a pillow and killed her juvenile son with his bare hands.
I can't even do
all
this right
inside this mobile home. Investigators believe Reyes tried to hide the evidence by cutting up both bodies into small pieces. On Monday morning, Ceja's 12-year-old daughter was walking along the road near the mobile home when a concerned motorist called 911. News Nation reporter Elizabeth White asked the sheriff about the horrific details of the child's escape.
Sheriff, according to court documents, this 12-year-old juvenile...
I don't know.
Since this, we've learned...
There was a chase, though. If you guys want to chill a little bit, you want to watch a chase? I don't think we should start another stream, but it is kind of funny that we pissed off these people the other time where, like, we did a replay chase, and the people joining in were like, what the fuck? Like, this is not live. This is old. And so all these people were, like, pissed off and stuff. I have a chase we can watch if you guys want to watch a little. It's like 20 minutes long. Should we start another stream or just let it ride in this shit? You guys want to manufacture a chase and then piss off the people that join in? Should we restart it or just do it now? Start a new one, right? Fuck it. You want to piss the people off? Let's do that, man. Let's all right, let's piss the people off that join in. Let's see. Let me do this real quick. The last time I did this, I kind of screwed it up. Especially now. Oh my God. Schedule a stream. Create new. Okay. So this was sent to me the other day by Jerome on Facebook. And so what I'm going to do is, hold on. Let's see if I can process this right now.
Since this, we've learned this is an undercover pursuit here.
This was really interesting. It was an undercover pursuit. They used a grappler. They did everything. Let's see.
Since this, we've learned this.
And let me just get like a quick BS thumbnail image. I don't want to spoil it. Or do I need to spoil it? I don't want to spoil it. I'm just going to use a BS image right now. Let me see. Okay, we'll do that. Thumbnail. Let me like pretend to be shocked. Ah! All right. Did I do it or fucked it up? I think I fucked it up. Let's see. Oh no, I got it. Okay. Pursuit. All right. Just hang on for a second. Pursuit. And the thing I messed up last time was the stream key. Boom, boom. Shit. Okay. And I got to make a different stream key. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is just hang on, bear with me for a second. I'm going to move over this shit. Boom. Hold on. Edit. I'm going to take you over to the new stream. Redirect. Okay. That's true though. That call that I got, it's really true, but like fuck it. Like whatever at this point. All right, so I'm moving you guys over. We're going right now. It's 20 minutes long. We'll try to, yeah, I'm swapping you guys over. I'm going to end it and it's going to move you over automatically. Let's try.